The field is rolling in Concord, North Carolina for the Coca-Cola 600. Earlier, Jamie Little caught up with today's pole sitter, William Byron.
Well, Mike, William Byron will lead the field to green in what is truly his home track. And William, it wasn't very long ago that you were sitting right up there in the stands watching this race. What would a win today here at this track on Memorial Day mean to you?
Yeah, it'd be amazing. I mean, I think this is such a special day. You know, we're usually racing on Sunday night and remembering all the fallen service members around the country on this day. But to be racing on Memorial Day is definitely special. Feels bigger than us, and I think that this race, you know, we're just going to lock in, focus. We haven't been on the racetrack, so lots of nerves, a little bit sick to my stomach just not knowing what the racetrack's going to be like. But you know, I think we'll be fine. We trust our simulation, and we'll use all of our tools and hopefully unload here and be fast and get out front and have a smooth 30 to 35 laps so we get the comp yellow.
All right, William Byron trying to get his first crown jewel win this afternoon. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Qualifying was rained out for the first time ever in the 64-year history of this race. Take a look at these pairings and how they've done through their first 77 races together. Kyle Larson on a twice as fast pace as Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus in their first 77 races. Wow.
Pretty incredible. Let's see what he has to say about that, huh? Hey, Kyle Larson, it's Boyer Smoking the Boys up in the booth. You got us?
Hey, I got you guys.
Man, boy, you've been on fire. Kansas was a great run. Darlington also coming off $1 million winner at the All-Star race. Confidence on keeping that alive and finishing such a special weekend right here with the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, definitely confident. As you mentioned, we've been having some good runs here lately. A lot of fast cars, or teams have been bringing a lot of fast cars to the track, so proud of them for that. You won this race once before, so we'd love to be able to do it again. You know, definitely a special weekend for sure.
I don't know who that is. How about the experience of going over to Indy and this double coming up on your plate for next year? Pretty exciting, huh?
Yeah, definitely. That was cool to be there yesterday. You get to compete in the double next year. Honestly, wouldn't mind if there's a little rain in Charlotte again next year and get to race Monday, so it would be as tough. But no, the experience would be awesome, and just can't wait. Really, you know, I wish I could kind of just hit fast forward on the next 360 some odd days until I get in the car. But until then, we got to focus on this 5 team, and you're doing a good job here today.
All right, buddy. We'll let you do your thing. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
With qualifying rained out, the NASCAR Performance Metrics set the lineup. Byron, his 3 wins this season, lead all drivers. Kevin Harvick, a 2-time 600 winner. That's your front row. Brad Keselowski, the 2020 winner. And Denny Hamlin, last year's winner of the 600, share row 2. Kyle Busch won the 600 in 2018. Chase Elliott is a 2-time 600 runner-up. That's row 3. Row 4. Bubba Wallace on the best run of his career, coming off second at the All-Star race last week, and Ryan Blaney in row 4. Row 5, Christopher Bell finished a 600 best 5th last year, and Ricky Stenhouse, who made his Cup debut in this race in 2011.
Well, let's check in with our buddy Denny Hamlin here. Hey, Denny, it's Tony and Clinton, the guys in the booth. You got us, bud?
10-4.
Hey, man, we got a chance to talk to you yesterday about the conditions. Conditions are a little different today. The fog's burn off, the mist is burn off, and the sun's peeking in and out. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that these are prime conditions for faster speeds for sure. And I think this is going to race kind of a little bit more like nighttime with these overcast conditions. So I don't think the track is going to change a whole lot during the day. So we just got to make sure we're keeping up with the track.
All right, man. Well, have a good ride out there today. Remember, this is a big weekend for all of us and our military, and we're proud to be a part of this. So good luck to you today, bud.
Thank you. Definitely want to give a shout out to all the Gold Star families out there.
Fans, today is your chance to win 25 grand of Clint's cash for free. Just play Fox Bet Super 6. Download the free Super 6 app on your phone now. Enter your 6 race predictions before the contest closes. All right, let's check on pit road for late stories, beginning with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Kevin Harvick is racing in his 23rd and final Coca-Cola 600 race, a race that he's gone to victory lane twice in. Now, today he starts on the front row thanks to that metric, and his crew chief Rodney Childers told me that's a huge benefit for us to have this pit box selection and to have that track position, because a mile-and-a-half style track has been the bane of their existence this year. They just can't get a hold of the balance, so they're hoping that with 600 miles to dial it in, they'll finish the race up front where they started. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, the always aggressive Ross Chastain has been so good since coming to Trackhouse Racing, but in 5 Coke 600 starts, he does not have a top 10 yet, and a best run of 15th last year. But in that run, he led 153 laps, was in position, and looked like he could have scored the win. Keep an eye on him today as the team looks to get back the one that got away from him last year. Josh?
Well, listen, Regan, things are trending in the right direction for the 23 team of Bubba Wallace. 2 straight top 5 finishes, 3 in a row if you count the All-Star race, and this team is feeling confident right now. Now, they've never finished better than 14th in the Coke 600, but crew chief Booty Barker says they feel good about their mile-and-a-half program. They feel good about what they did here last year, despite not having the finish they wanted. Momentum is a real thing right now for this 23 team, Larry Mack.
Well, Josh, Tony Stewart said it. Don't beat yourself. You can't win this thing in the first 200 or 300 laps, but you can flat lose it. So let's take a look at our Verizon race strategy. 4 stages, 100 laps apiece. Our plan is to just split those in half. 4 tires every stop, but don't shy away from 2 right sides, especially for a short run. Make adjustments. You need to keep up with the track, but don't over-adjust the race car. 60 to 65 laps on fuel. You get to that point, you want to make sure you get in there and get that thing full of fuel, Mike.
Thanks, Larry Mack. Here they come. 37 of NASCAR's best. William Byron up front. 7-time champ Jimmy Johnson. Shotgun on the field. Green flag. The Coca-Cola 600's underway. First time ever that this race has started without the drivers having turned a single lap on the track all weekend.
It's a great point, Mike. You heard William Byron talk about the nerves of leading this pack to green into that turn 1 and 2, moved up in front of that outside line. It was a good block in front of Harvick. Byron in an early lead. Liking what he feels in that car, Tony.
And seeing a lot of confidence in these drivers in literally 1 lap. Martin Truex Jr. both ends of the racetrack all the way up to the wall, went 3 wide, gained a couple spots, 3 and 4. Didn't quite make the pass, but they've got confidence to use the whole racetrack this early.
Kyle Busch in green moving up on the inside. He's to 5th place. They're double wide with Ryan Blaney and Brad Keselowski just in front of him.
See all it takes. Truex moves to the outside and Larson moved up, took that line away. You'll see that a lot. Everybody's trying. I think if you're going to pass, you're going to try to get to their right rear, Tony. Seems like if you can get to the right rear off of 4, that's a catbird seat. Getting into 1. We see a lot of guys get under people, getting into 1 and get in trouble. Try to do a slide job. We've seen it last year. We've seen it in Xfinity already.
Well, Blaney and Kyle Busch just did that. They gained position, but those cars on the outside, like Hamlin, get a better launch off turn 2, and Hamlin takes the spot back, 3rd place.
And that's the thing, and we're going to see it all day. These guys get such a big run. They carry so much momentum. It's not that they get a bunch of drive, but they're able to get in the gas, get wide open early, and carry that momentum and get a long run down the straightaways.
Kyle Larson up 4 spots from where he started, from 12th to 8th.
All 3 of those cars, Christopher Bell, Larson, and Truex, all very fast, jockeying for position here early.
William Byron just became the first driver to lead 600 laps during this season.
It's Truex and Larson. That battle will not go away. Truex has tried him on the outside, tried him on the bottom. Now he's squirting through the middle there. Great battle right here. These are two strong contenders for the win at this race. You see the block. Truex thought better of it, come up. He had his teammate Bell coming down. That is textbook 1.5 miles. Good old Charlotte Motor Speedway racing.
Still quarter on the 20. He's 2 back to the 17. Even. Clear up by 2.
Larson up 4 spots, while Truex is up 9 from the start of the race. Remember, no practice, no qualifying. The performance metrics set the lineup. That includes point standings, last race finish, and fastest lap of the last race, which was Kansas.
See, Denny finally got around Harvick, got him up, and he also, who's he got him in tow? Kyle Busch right there in the 8 car coming with him. 8 and 11 on the move.
Christopher Bell, and look at Tyler Reddick. He has really hung that bottom and done it to great advantage. He's fast through the corner and he's fast off the corner.
The car you don't see in that equation is the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He did get by Kyle Larson, was able to get a gap on him now.
Nine green flag laps in the books. William Byron has led them all.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola. 13, now 14 laps complete. New leader Denny Hamlin. Here's the pass for the lead from our Goodyear aerial coverage. Goodyear powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear more driven.
That was only a matter of time. You saw the runs. He run him down in pretty quick time there, Tony. Got on him, tried him on the bottom, lost his nose a couple times, finally got to his outside with a big run off of 4. The rest is history. I think all these Hendrick cars are struggling a little bit. There's a battle for second. Kyle Busch trying to get around William Byron. 5 and the 9 both struggling a little bit early with the Hendrick camp. That's something that always kind of comes in a little bit with this 600-mile race. We talk about that, the transition. If you're good at the beginning, you might not be good at the end. You got anything for us, Regan?
Well, keep an eye on the 45 car right now of Tyler Reddick. Clint so far up 7 spots to 8th place since the start of the race. Always very good here. As a matter of fact, 3 top 10s in his only 3 Coke 600 starts. The report from the driver right now, just a little bit tight in 1 and 2, but happy.
Well, we've got a genuine 3-groove racetrack to work with here. It doesn't seem like there's a preferred groove in the early going. We've seen a lot of 3 wide.
No, I think you're literally just searching for what makes your car feel the best right now. Because their first run of the day, you know, everybody's going to make updates and make changes. But, you know, that's the good thing about this racetrack right now is you have the ability to move down. If your car is tight, you can move down. If you're loose, you can move up. You can do a lot of things to try to find a spot that's going to help you out right now.
Chase Briscoe with work to do, Jamie. He's dropped 14 spots.
That's right. And Tony, sorry to say, but your boys aren't handling too well right now. I'm watching it for Kevin Harvick. He slipped from 2nd back to 17th. And Chase Briscoe, who we were just riding on board with, has slipped back 14 positions. Chase Briscoe just saying, I am wrecking loose right now. I can hardly hang on.
Extremely hard to get around this racetrack loose. Can't get into either end, can't keep the throttle down, can't keep the momentum up. And then, oh, by the way, now they're stacked up behind you on your rear bumper, which makes that problem even worse.
Eric
Begging
Jones
for a caution.
Jones making the pass on Harvick. That's for 18th place. Larry Mack, you had to go off your notebook and your simulation to set the car up for today with no practice, no qualifying. How big a difference is it between a hit and a miss here?
Well, these first 35 laps, Mike, are going to be so important between now and that competition caution because you've got to give your crew chief feedback on what this car is doing. But, Mike, we loaded the car on Friday thinking we were going to come out here, start the race in the sunlight, go to twilight, end at night, and this is the first laps we've even turned, so it was a little bit of a crapshoot because when you unloaded, you kind of had what you had.
Well, that's the hard thing as you're watching him just freight train Kevin Harvick here in your screen. I mean, he's lost 20 spots. 20 spots in 20 laps. That's a spot a lap. That's a tough deal. But like I said, when you're loose, they stack up behind you. You can't get out of their way. They can't find a groove, kind of a hole to hide. That's what you're looking for.
I think the most important thing at this stage of the race, though, this early, is you just got to be patient. You got to ride this out to the end of the stint, give your crew a chance, and give that crew chief an opportunity to make it better. It's a long day still.
Well, right now, everybody wishes they were Martin Truex on one of these Coke 600s. He led 392 of the 400 laps. He's currently in 4th, up 14 positions from where he started. And his gain on the leader, more than a second in the last 7 laps.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it, you know, previewing this weekend. It's been a Hendrick and now a Gibbs battle, a Toyota battle. Saw it at Kansas, Darlington the same way. This 19 and 11, they mean business.
All right, what's wrong with Chase Elliott? He's back in 12th spot after starting in the top half dozen.
Yeah, I don't think the balance is really that bad. I just had a bad start to it there. Balance pretty good, 3-4. Trying to figure out what to do personally. Yep, 3-4, feel good here.
Pretty good balance in 3 and 4, not so much in 1 and 2.
Well, he needs 3/10 right now, so he may think it feels okay, but the stopwatch is showing otherwise.
Josh?
Yeah, we see a lot of drivers struggling out there. That's the case for Bubba Wallace. Started strong, started with a confident car, but he came over the radio a little while ago and said, guys, I'm just hanging on right now.
Is that setting up for the long run, Tony, for his transitions? You need it to be a little bit freer, you think?
Well, I think they, like you mentioned, I mean, I think they all thought it was going to be night conditions that we were going to be racing under, and that's what they set up for. It's hard to balance it for both when it's the heat of the day at the beginning of the race versus the end. This track changes so drastically with heat.
I would think if you're loose now, you're going to be even looser later.
Well, right now they've got to hang on for just 10 more laps and stay on the lead lap to get to the competition caution that NASCAR will throw for teams to make pit stops and check tire wear. We'll be back for that. Working lap 25 with Denny Hamlin in front of William Byron by half a second. Welcome back to the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte on Fox. 29 laps complete. Denny Hamlin, the leader. Here's an update on the Coca-Cola Racing family. With Chase Elliott 12th, Daniel Suarez 14th, just ahead of Joey Logano and Austin Dillon. 5 laps to the competition caution because of no practice, no qualifying, and Christopher Bell going for second on Ryan Blaney.
This Bell is fast, really fast, Tony. All them Gibbs cars. Telling you, good weekend to be in a Gibbs car. Toyotas are extremely fast. I'm impressed with Blaney, though, hanging strong right there in that Ford Mustang.
Yeah, we saw Denny and Martin Truex get up to the point pretty quick there, and we saw Bell come into the picture. Christopher's been very methodical about how he's worked his way up.
Alex Bowman almost had Ryan Preece in his door right there.
Well, let me tell you, the sun's come out in 3 and 4. You're starting to see Cinder completely sideways there. These guys have got their hands full, begging for this caution. Just a couple more laps, boys. Hang on to them.
There's still 3 wide back there. I mean, we have 3 good racing grooves on this racetrack.
Clear.
You're riding with Bowman, the ally cam, and he gives Preece just a little bump, having not appreciated what happened the lap before.
Man. Here the next one comes. Truex. We talked about him earlier. These Gibbs boys are going to be hard to handle.
2 laps to the competition yellow. Still great battles around the racetrack. And some drivers just hanging on as Christopher Bell makes his presence known up front. He went from 6th to 1st in just 10 laps.
Really seeing those cars slipping, sliding around, especially down there in 3 and 4 where that sun's popped out.
Now this first stage is 100 laps. There are no points at stake at this competition caution. Just a chance for everybody to take a pause, get new tires, and make adjustments. As the field passes through, completing lap 35, they will wave the yellow. And pit road is going to be especially busy with 33 cars on the lead lap.
That's a great point, Mike. Very, very tight, very important. You need some track position. We can see it's hard to get out. Pump them arms up. Get these tires on fast, especially that 9 car. We heard Chase Elliott having trouble. A lot of others.
And there's the caution. First one of the day, which NASCAR told the drivers in the meeting would come at lap 35.
It's Harvick. Poor Harvick. Second. Lost 28 spots, folks. Running 30th. He will shaking his head. Old Riding Childress, there might be something up his sleeve. If anybody can get it done, he can.
Only 4 drivers have gone a lap down. BJ McLeod, Chase Briscoe, Ty Dillon, and Todd Gilliland, who's in the 51 this week for Rick Ware Racing. And BJ McLeod will get the free pass and be back on the lead lap when we restart.
Every one of these drivers were hanging on, and we're so excited to hear their spotters call the caution.
But now, did you expect we'd have a 3-lane racetrack all the way around to start?
Not this early.
No.
For sure. I thought it would take a little bit of time to get that top worked in, but we saw it in the Xfinity race earlier today where guys were able to immediately get up there, which gave us hope that we would have this today.
The thing that impresses me the most is, yes, the racetrack was ready, right? The grip level was there, but so were they. You know, the confidence in their cars. The cars were ready for the most part. I mean, we've covered the ones that are having trouble here and struggling, Stewart-Haas cars in particular, but at the end of the day, these cars with no practice at all, never being on that racetrack, the sim got them the grip they needed to go out there and be 3 wide already. Pretty impressive.
Here they come off turn 4. Pit road is open. Regan.
Mike, it's been a good start to the race for the 12 car. Ryan Blaney up 6 spots from where he started in 8th, second place right now. 1 and 2, a little bit too tight for him, and he's loose over the bumps in turns 3 and 4. In the 20 of Christopher Bell, he's pretty good right now with laps on tires, just wants a small change to free it up. Jamie?
First of many pit stops today for these teams. The 11 and Denny Hamlin got bouncy, said he kept getting looser. Once an adjustment in 4 tires. William Byron in the 24, air pressure adjustment. Once a little maneuverability, but not much. He's pretty good.
There's your race off pit road, sponsored by Ram. William Byron with pit stall number 1.
Look at the difference
Back
it
to the
made,
top.
+4.
Each Memorial Day, the NASCAR Cup Series races to remember our fallen servicemen and women, and we tell many of their stories. Their names are spelled out on the windshield strips on every one of these cars. And this year, the drivers wanted to mention the fallen servicemen and women who are riding along with them today.
Senior Chief Petty Officer Scott Cooper Dayton.
Specialist Wilford Flores Jr.
Staff Sergeant Michael H. Simpson.
Hospital Man James Oxley.
Staff Sergeant Kevin Christopher Kimberly.
Major Stephen Cajun Del Baño.
Lance Corporal Daniel McVicker.
Gunnery Sergeant Joseph Manusa.
Staff Sergeant James D. Bullard.
We race to remember And we'll have further remembrances throughout today's telecast. Updating pit stops, Joey Logano had to back up to get into his pit stall. He was 15th. Logano will restart 28th. And the hood was up on Ty Dillon's car and on Eric Almirola's car, and the report was they were changing everything. Josh.
Yeah, you talked about Joey Logano there, had to back up in the pit box there because the left front was not tight. So a little issue. We know how important these pit stops are, so already in the hole for Joey Logano with the 22 team.
Yeah, costly. We've covered it. We've seen it time and time again on these races. You know, the window of opportunity in this Cup Series is so tight. The competition is so strong. Any little mistake, whether it be minute or not, costs you in a big way. 22 cars starting at the back.
See, the lights are out on the Toyota Camry TRD pace car. Here is the view back from the pace car. Kip Childress, second generation NASCAR official at the wheel.
Huge benefit, that #1 stall. William Byron back to the point. Very, very beneficial. Will be all day long.
And here they come to the Geico restart zone. A 9.7 second pit stop for William Byron got him back to the lead. Let's see if he can keep it.
Connect the top.
Reddick
8, looking for the
slipped up the
crossover
racetrack
left.
on the
12.
bottom. Baby blue car, that 45. How about Blaney? Got under him. He's going to try to slide up here. I think he takes it, Tony.
He gets it for now, for sure. I mean, he was strong in the first segment there before we had the competition caution. He didn't show anything spectacular, but he's had good speed, good pace, and he's kept good track position.
I'm impressed with this. Brad Keselowski just keeps getting stronger and stronger. Yes, he started third, but very strong in this 6 car so far. RFK, Buescher, his teammates, only a couple behind him as well.
Had a great feature in yesterday's pre-race on Brad and all he does to support the nation's military, not just this weekend, but all year long.
His day is coming. You mark my words. That car will be in victory lane this year, I think. Could be tonight.
Christopher Bell to the bottom, got a little bit of the apron right there, so he didn't get the best launch off turn number 2. Keselowski pulls away a bit, but I think we're going to see Bell back to the lead, perhaps before this stage is over.
They're going to have to go through this guy. This Martin Truex Jr., you see that run he got off a 2 on the outside. This car is very maneuverable. He can run the outside. He can run the bottom, go where they're not. So important on these fast racetracks.
Xfinity fastest lap of the race, a number of those occurring on the lap we just completed. Chase Elliott, Almirola, Cindric, and a couple of those on that list were not good in the first phase of this race. They're tuned up now.
Woo, that was so close. Christopher Bell thread the needle between Hamlin and Ty Dillon on that outside of Lapper. Took advantage though, used him as a pick, saw that opportunity coming. I like that move. Watch this. See, everybody else went to the bottom to go around Ty Dillon to Lapper. He got that outside run. You see the flames come out of Denny Hamlin on the bottom. Put him in a pretty vulnerable spot.
Yeah, he did.
He did do that to a teammate, but it worked.
That was a big left turn right in the middle of the corner like that.
Now Martin Truex, who lost 3 spots on pit road, has gained 2 of those back since we went back to green. There's the 19. May get another one right here as he rockets around Reddick.
He is so good on that top, especially off of turn 2. He knows how to get that throttle down to where he can stay committed to it and build that momentum off the top.
I like what you said there at the end, though. He can stay with it. It's one thing to pick up the gas early in the corner and get that momentum started, but if you can't stay with it off the corner and you have to lift at the wall, all your momentum's lost down the straightaway.
Christopher Bell to third and headed for the front.
957, clear.
Denny Hamlin carrying the Coca-Cola can in 5th behind Keselowski. Drops low.
So good behind him. 5 back to the 19.
Here's Regan on our leader.
Well, Mike, it's been a strong restart for Ryan Blaney so far, but keep an eye on that car as this run goes on. On the last pit stop, they were not able to get the adjustment into the car that they wanted to help him out. He ended the last run 2 free. We'll have to see if that materializes that way again here.
Man, I don't know if I... You know what, boys? I changed my mind. This thing's pretty fast. Maybe we should leave her alone.
Blaney, Byron, and Bell. 1 second separates the top 3. And that gap is closing up. Joe Gibbs Racing has had a lot of success in stock car racing's longest events. 5 wins with 5 different drivers. And one of their drivers, rookie Ty Gibbs, doing the double today, running the Alsco 300 Xfinity Series race and the 600 milers, as if 600 miles wasn't enough in one day.
Well, it's almost like a triple if you think about it. I mean, you start in the Xfinity car, jump out of that into the Cup car, and then he's going to have to jump back in the Xfinity car to finish that race. So it's almost like 3 different stints now.
Earning that money today. Hamlin's definitely a little bit faster than Keselowski here, but just cannot seem to get it done. Keselowski's utilizing, that outside line, forcing Hamlin down there on the bottom where he doesn't want to be, taking that line away. Makes it difficult for Denny to make that pass. Watch, he'll get into the corner deep down in here in 3. He can get in harder than he can, but he can't get off the corner like Tony was talking about earlier. See that? Charges the corner very hard. Just can't quite put the throttle down to complete it on exit.
And they can do that. If you're running the bottom like that, it opens the entry up so much that you can get down in there. If you have an open entry where you can get to the outside wall before you turn down in. When Brad runs the top in turn 3, it gets very, very tight on the entry. So up by the wall, he has to lift a lot more, get the car rode down before he can get back on the gas.
So Jamie Little, what were the teams seeing for tire wear at the competition caution?
Well, so far the tire wear looks good right now, Mike, but you were riding on board with last year's winner, Denny Hamlin. He won with 13 different pit stops last year. So this year, 14 sets of sticker tires. And as always, what Goodyear does, the honor and remember sidewall. And for this year, they have a construction update. And the crew chiefs I talked to were quite concerned about hitting the balance right with this new construction update, but not having any practice time. So some obviously have hit it so far and others have not.
Thanks, Jamie. 53 laps complete. We're halfway through stage 1 in the only 4-stage race on the NASCAR schedule. Ryan Blaney's Ford leading William Byron's Chevrolet and Christopher Bell's Toyota. Sunday, week 8 of the USFL season is on Fox with back-to-back games. Memphis takes on New Jersey at 1 Eastern, then Michigan battles New Orleans at 4. That's Sunday on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Here in Charlotte, 60 laps are complete. Ryan Blaney's 4, now leading Christopher Bell by 0.8 of a second and William Byron by 1.4. It has become a Fox Sports tradition during the Coca-Cola 600 to honor and remember the servicemen and women who have passed in the service of our country in the last year. Those names will scroll across the bottom of our screen several times during this afternoon's telecast. .39 laps to go in stage 1. Things beginning to string out just a bit, but for the battle for the lead and this fight for 4th place.
It's been going on for 20 laps. Keselowski and Hamlin. Keselowski giving Hamlin fits.
And for the lead, Bell has caught Blaney. No surprise there.
And I've been watching Christopher Bell. You watch what he did right there. He goes in on the top, and it looks like he just kind of slows down a little bit extra, but it gives the front end time to cut, start down the hill, and he can get in the gas very, very early, and you see the drive it gave him off.
The other thing I see is just like Regan told us about, that 12 car started to wiggle that tail on the outside of him, getting loose.
They did not get a chance to make the chassis adjustment they wanted, so new tires have done their job, and now Blaney's going to have to hang on to it until he can get some more. Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch. This is for 6th place. Let's go back to 15th place, Daniel Suarez, and an update from Josh.
Yeah, and I talked to Daniel Suarez before the start of this race, and he called this a place he could win. Very confident. And early on in the race, they moved their way up from 24th all the way to 12th. Well, he got super loose early in the race after that last stop, made some adjustments, felt better for 3 to 4 laps, and then he came on the radio and said, hey, the car is way worse than it was before, about 4 spots too free. He's really hanging on right now, guys. Alex
Bowman had a compression fracture of the T3 vertebrae from a sprint car accident, and earlier this week did some test session, which is allowed when a driver is coming back from illness or injury. And during that, the most critical part of that session was the pit stop. Bowman wanted to make sure when they dropped the jack that he did not feel any pain, because that's the type of injury he had. He said he was fine, good to go. He's in the race today.
Yeah, and it sounds like such a small thing, but it is such a big deal. See him in the sprint car crash here. Car beside him gets into the nose of him. He's on the car on the left. When it lands hard on the wheels, pushes him down in the seat.
Yeah, right there. Bam, right there. He actually sneezed in an interview that we did yesterday, and when he's like, oh, that's the worst thing that could happen. I guarantee you, right now he is dead set on hitting those marks. Tony, you've been there. You've literally been there with your back broke. How about this guy? Talking about been there. He has been there and done that on this racetrack and everything in between. Pretty phenomenal. This 84 car, Jimmy Johnson, 7 time holding a pretty wheel out there. Right behind another 2-time champion, Joey Logano.
Remember, Logano had to back up to get into his pit and restarted deep in the field. Johnson, because of the performance metric, he had not been racing this season, so he started the race in last position. So slowly but steadily, those 2 veteran champions are working their way toward the front.
And working the way they just got out of that gaggle of cars. They were in a hornet's nest back there. 3 wide all over the place. They got cleared out and making some pretty good lap times here. Business is picking up, man. I'm telling you, boys, I am impressed with this Keselowski. Run these front 2 cars down. Got a pretty good hot rod. Denny, you know, he finally wore Denny out. Denny was looking to his inside, could not make the pass.
And here's Chase Elliott on the rebound. He dropped a lot of spots in the first run, but Here he is in 14th place with Daniel Suarez.
Tony, Mike has alluded to it several times, but I love the condition of this racetrack. They are right up against the wall on the outside, can, you know, utilize the bottom, both ends of the racetrack, and then obviously run in the middle, wherever they're not.
And this track used to be very bottom dominant. You didn't see very many guys very often move around. If they did, it seemed like it always started in 3 and 4 first before it did in 1 and 2. But it seems like with this new car, it likes this racetrack. And this track has a lot of character. It hasn't been repaved. It has bumps. It has swells in it, dips in it. And that's the thing that makes this track have the character and gives these guys the options that they have.
Here's this big D-shaped front straightaway. As you watch from the Monster Cam, on board Ty Gibbs, doing double duty today, running the Xfinity race and the 600-mile Cup race. 71 laps complete, 29 to go to the end of stage 1 as Denny Hamlin and Brad Keselowski battle for fourth. Caution is out in Charlotte for Jimmy Johnson. Single car spin off turn number 2. We'll show you replays in a bit, but pit road is about to open on this, the second caution flag of the day. Regan.
Mike, we talked about the 12 car, Ryan Blaney not getting that adjustment that they wanted, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do right now. Started the run real good, but he told the team it got looser this run than it did the previous run. And the 20 of Christopher Bell wants to be just a little bit tighter mid-corner, and they told him to keep an eye on the 10 car as he comes out of the pit and the 10 comes into his. Jamie?
Keselowski in the 6 that he has excellent rotation. That's where he's beating the others, but that he's getting beat on rear stability, a wedge adjustment, and 4 tires. Meanwhile, the 24 still tight. They're going to make a bigger adjustment there.
There's a race off pit road, sponsored by Ram and William Byron, Rudy Fugel and crew. They are on it. They picked him up another 2 spots. And Byron goes back to the lead. Jimmy Johnson made it back around to the pits to make repairs after this.
You see him get loose there in turn 2, and once it started, it never stopped. Couldn't catch it.
From Joey Logano's view.
Low down the back.
7-time champion Jimmy Johnson goes around at Charlotte.
Sergeant Kenneth Kruder, United States Marine Corps, thank you.
Joshua Robinson, Sergeant, United States Marines.
Samuel T. Castle, Staff Sergeant, United States Army.
.78 laps complete at Charlotte Motor Speedway on this Memorial Day. Pit stop penalties. Michael McDowell, equipment interference, or no, car interference, leaving the box. He made contact with Bubba Wallace. And equipment interference on the 16 AJ Allmendinger. So here they come to the Geico restart zone. It'll be 21 laps to go to finish stage 1.
Byron picking that outside this time. Had a huge push by Christopher Bell, but it may not work. Better get up. There it is. It did work. I'll calm down now, Tony.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the last time we're going to see Christopher Bell run in the top like that and make him time.
the deal was him picking that outside. It worked. He used the bottom the first 2 attempts. Thought better of it this time.
34 cars on the lead lap. BJ McLeod got the free pass again. Jimmy Johnson, after making repairs, is 1 lap down. Gilliland -3, Ty Dillon -4. Everybody else on the lead lap as Blaney and Bell go at it once again for second. Tyler Reddick right with them this time. Then Martin Truex in 5th. Larson, Hamlin, and Busch.
Yeah, don't look now. Here comes that 5 car.
Big walk right there, moved up right behind. I think it was Hamlin behind him. That was really close. You saw Hamlin get in the back of him, move that rear of his car all around.
Ty Gibbs on the outside of Keselowski. This is for 10th.
He's been slowly but surely moving up there to join his Gibbs crowd. His teammates, Bell and Denny Hamlin, have both been strong. Martin Truex Jr. as well. Doesn't surprise me. You have teammates running good. Gives you a notebook to look over. Hey, what kind of air pressure they got? Where's their wedge at? Where's their balance?
Bowman really sent it into turn 3, was even with Gibbs, but look how he paid the price on corner exit.
Sure did, and look what the difference is. Here comes Chase Elliott into the picture. It's like we're talking about the Gibbs conversation. You mentioned it, Tony. The 5 car's coming. Now look over. Here comes the 9 as well.
The 9, the 48. I mean, you can tell the cars in each organization, their groupings, they're getting together now.
That's right. Well, they finally get on the same page. If one started with this air pressure and the other one started with another, we can hone in on where we need to be. That's what
they were 3 wide there, and Bowman almost got a boot from Chris Buescher in the 17. That's the best battle on the racetrack there from 12th on back.
I'm going to give a shout out to that 43 car. Let's watch this again. Came with a side draft really tight with Eric Jones in the 43 car. Bowman goes up, tries to make a block right in the lap of Chris Buescher. Very, very tough, close.
Well, I don't think he wanted to be the meat in the sandwich when they got to the corner. I think that was why he made an abrupt move.
You have to make them blocks. You block because it's effective, but it's very dangerous. Man, they wouldn't have blocked you back in the day, Tony. That wouldn't have worked.
We normally gave him the eject button when they did that.
There ain't no we. That was you.
That was a lot of us. That was Dale Sr., Rusty Wallace. There were a lot of guys that taught me that.
Kevin Harvick inside Ross Chastain, and Harv moves up to 17.
On the bottom.
Looking for more.
That's a good rebound for Harvick. Rodney Childress got him the setup that he needed, the balance fixed on that race car.
Wow. Look at the difference between the cars that can lead the top versus the guys on the bottom.
Well, Bowman slipped up in front of Harvick, and then here comes that outside Chastain and Cindric.
And that all starts back in turn 2. It seems the exit of turn 2 is where the biggest speed disparity is at this racetrack. Why is that?
I think it's really smooth in turn 2, and it seems like once you get in, there's a big bump in turn 1. It upsets the car. Once it gets loaded in the car or in the center of the corner, if you can get in the gas, and the key is staying committed to it, if you can do that, you will carry and make that back straightaway way longer.
It'll be 6 laps to go in stage 1. Toyota Racing invites you to join the powerful women of Toyota and be part of something greater. Toyota, let's go places. 93 laps complete in Charlotte. William Byron back to the lead. Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick. They're not just racing on the track. There are some upset pit crew members down in stalls 1 and 2. Jamie.
Yes, Mike, there was a disagreement. After that last stop, Rudy Fugel for the 24, William Byron, got off the box, went over to Brad Keselowski's pit box to talk to his crew chief, Matt McCall. Now, Rudy told me we had an agreement. You see me ask him right there. He said, we had an agreement. We need to figure out what to do because they didn't abide by it. See right here, the 24 cuts through the pit box. So Matt McCall said he has cut through our box twice, coming so close to our Jackman. In fact, he was so fired up, he asked NASCAR to get involved and handle it, said it's against the rules.
So Larry Mack, what did Keselowski's Jackman do?
Yeah, he hesitated because they were so tight with one another coming in. He ended up going around the back side of the car. The tire changers were waiting on him to get there, and that resulted basically in a 13:04 pit stop. You see it right here. Watch, see the Jackman, he has to go around the gas man and everything else, and that's what slowed that pit stop down.
Because the 24 went through their box and he got stumbled up and had to go around it. But let me tell you something. The heat is on for this lead. Win of the stage right here. Blaney putting some serious pressure on William Byron. This is impressive. This is some silver lining, some hope for these Fords. We've been talking about the struggle that's real for the Ford Mustang, especially on these mile-and-a-half racetracks. And Ryan Blaney is very impressive.
Blaney wanted a chassis adjustment on that pit stop. They didn't get a chance to make it, and here he is battling for the lead.
I think I'd leave it alone for now.
Yes.
Well, it is a little bit better on the backside of this run. Maybe they did get that adjustment this last stop. Love that. See, he's going where they're not. Watch this momentum. Tony's been telling us about the momentum off of 2. Here it comes. Look at that. Going to probably have to take the bottom. Drive it off in there harder.
Lap and a half to go.
Can't really do a slide job here, Tony. Have to keep it on the bottom. But if you can come off the corner door to door, you might open the door for this Bell. Look at the momentum. Christopher Bell's not. Got to block him now.
Last lap, stage 1.
Blaney's going to be committed to the bottom. He doesn't have an option right now.
And now he can't get up.
Lap car just ahead. Todd Gilliland drops to the bottom. That's Byron's momentum a bit.
Whoa, that was so close.
Byron hangs on for the stage. His 7th stage win of the season. Most of all drivers, and his first at Charlotte. William Byron started from the pole and wins stage 1 of the Coca-Cola 600. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Ford, built for America. And by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. Stage 1 of the only 4-stage race on the NASCAR schedule in the books. Each stage 100 laps. There's our Toyota Camry TRD pace car. All new for 2023. Lights ablaze, but there's a green light at the head end of pit road. And here come the 33 lead lap cars. Chase Briscoe will get the free pass on this caution. Regan?
Well, Ryan Blaney had been loose early on in the race. This run, though, it was tighter. He speculated, though, maybe because I was behind cars. Don't expect a big change there. And the 20 of Christopher Bell, he said he doesn't need a thing right now, but he told the team to keep an eye on the right side. He made a little contact on the right side coming off of turn 4. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin said he had better balance that first run. He said right now really just struggling to find grip when he's up top. Meanwhile, the 24 of William Byron a little loose over the bumps, tight around traffic, but overall pretty good.
Byron holds station, and NASCAR officials came on the radio, told William Byron's crew to keep your car out of the 6's pit box. So stage 1 and its pit stops are complete. William Byron holds the lead.
All season long, NASCAR has been celebrating their 75th anniversary with highlights, iconic moments, and unforgettable images. Well, if you've ever wondered how 75 years worth of memories gets built, take a look at this special presentation.
Drivers, start your engines!
Mean and she's fast and she's too tough to take.
Green flag, we're racing at Darlington.
Oh boy, here we go. This is going to be tight right here. Checkered flag in the air. Come on. To the line. Yes. Here they come through turn 4. Unbelievable.
Wow, took 75 years to come up with all that? That is very cool. 105 laps complete in Charlotte. We're joined by our honorary pace car driver, Danny McBride from Righteous Gemstone. Season 3 drops June 18th on HBO Max. We all remember you as the Eastbound and Down guy.
Yes,
of
that's
course,
me.
I mean, what a hero.
That would have been Kenny Powers.
Yes.
Mike. Everybody knows Kenny Powers. I don't know how you ever came out of character from that.
Some say I never did, you know.
I don't know that that's a bad thing.
There was a Danny before Eastbound, and there's the Danny after. Yeah.
So which one was driving the pace car?
You know, he would none of them because I was in the passenger seat.
Oh, okay.
Which I was initially disappointed by, but after getting down there, I'm so glad that I wasn't driving.
Wait a minute.
It was so intimidating down there.
What
that
happened?
was insane.
Did you fail the test?
I think yesterday I missed the certification because this rain. Yeah.
Stupid rain got us all.
Yep.
But what a fun weekend. And you stayed in the infield last night?
I stayed in the infield, yeah. Wow. Yep. Slept right out there. No tent, nothing. Just laid in the mud under the stars. It was beautiful.
Probably we're parked right next to him then.
Yep. I saw you out there.
That's awesome. Yeah, he was right over there. I see on the back stretch. Man, I love that you're here. Everybody's a huge fan of yours. Went to school, right? I just saw.
Yep, in Winston-Salem. Yep, not too far away.
From Virginia, right?
Grew up in Virginia. Yep.
Awesome. I love it. What do you think about this racetrack?
I think it's incredible. I mean, it was pretty insane out there how steep that those turns are. It's awesome.
How do you think Kenny Powers would do on this racetrack?
I think he'd be too drunk when he'd show up. He wouldn't be able to participate in any of the festivities.
Well, get up here. Help us call this thing. Get on up here.
All right, so Eric Jones has gone to the garage with radiator issues, closely followed by his teammate Noah Gregson, and his other teammate and co-owner Jimmy Johnson had just pulled into the garage when all that started. So your leader is Michael McDowell. He stayed on the racetrack from 30th, did not pit. Then Byron, Bell, and Blaney.
All teams will be watching that car, that 34 car. Let's see how he can do on these old tires, staying out here. Can he capitalize? Be a game changer if he can for cars later in this race.
Reddick around the outside, rim riding up there all the way to third.
Comes Kyle Busch on the outside of Keselowski as well. Truex got hung out there, had to go to the bottom.
Brad and Truex send it on the bottom from 4th and 6th place, and here it sorts out. McDowell's gamble was to gain track position, got him the restart at the front, but now on those older tires you see how quickly he backslides.
He's losing about 3 cars a lap right now. He just keeps getting stuck in the middle and he can't get any momentum.
Well, we learned something. We learned what not to do.
Still in there barely, but there. Very bottom at your door. Bumper, clear.
But honestly, if you're McDowell's team right now, this is the time to try it, to get a read on it, see if it's going to gain. If he can hang on and get some positions out of it, netting at the end of this run, then it gives them hope that they can do that later in the day too.
That's a pretty heavy cloud cover coming here. It'll definitely play a role on this racing surface for these teams. See if these guys get tight or loose here as these clouds approach.
Chase Elliott breaks into the top 10, 3 wide behind him. Still a lot of jostling in the back of this pack. Single file for the first 9 spots, and then this.
What'd that track feel like out there, Danny? He's out there driving that pace car.
It felt tight and loose. It was perfect.
Good balance. You would make a good race car driver.
Sounds just like Clint when
he's not doing anything right here.
The sad part is we've driven cars that were tight and loose at the same time.
Trying to explain that to your crew chief is miserable.
But
it's just both.
But seriously, folks, how about this crowd and how many of them have stayed to be here on a Monday?
It's incredible. It's awesome to see the support and the fans out here having fun.
You've talked about it, Tony. Pretty impressive with this Christopher Bell.
I honestly feel like, and I know we've had different guys at the point up here, but I feel like what I've seen out of Christopher today, I feel like he is the strongest car at this point of the race.
I love that conversation. I love the argument. This Ryan Blaney in the 12 car, very strong, very impressive with the Ford Mustangs.
And we've seen good parity today with all three manufacturers. They've all three ran up front. They've all three pretty much stayed in the top three positions and have led at different times.
Yeah, but everybody's been hard on the Mustangs, and you know, I want to talk about that a little bit. The Fords, right? They've been the missing link of this conversation, and I think the proof's in the pudding. Blaney is extremely strong here this weekend.
And Keselowski. In fact, the first 6 cars right now are all from different race teams, different organizations. Well, there's a little more upset on pit road, and this time it's from Martin Truex and company.
Still really tight getting out of that 3 car.
Yeah, they keep coming to us because they can come back. I said, no, it's their fault that their ball running crew chief picked there. So they just need to deal with it. Hopefully they go down a lap or crash.
We back up some more.
We are like hanging out of the box. We can,
Martin Truex and James Small's talking about the 3 of Austin Dillon, who is pitted just in front of them.
We didn't used to hear a lot about that back in the day, but with the new car and the rack and pinion steering, the steering doesn't turn quite as tight as the old cars used to. So that's why you see it
all the way
more
down.
difficult for these drivers to get in and out of their boxes.
William Byron leading Christopher Bell by a car length, and Tyler Reddick is there. 117 completed Charlotte. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Ally. We're all better off with an Ally. Christopher Bell is your leader from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. Tyler Reddick, half a second back. Ryan Blaney now third, 1.5 back. Keselowski fourth, and Byron fifth. Danny McBride with us from Righteous Gemstone, and understand you drive a NASCAR car. this season.
I do. I get behind a stock car, and it doesn't turn out so well for my character. I put it into the wall, you could say.
At Darlington.
At Darlington, yes. Yes.
You wrecked the car?
I wrecked the car.
It was tight and loose?
It was tight and loose, and I put it into the wall.
Who were you racing?
Well, you got to watch the show.
Oh,
it's a spoiler, but I come up against another driver, and it doesn't turn out so well for me.
Hey, a little confidence booster, though. That's easy to do at Darlington.
Yeah. Is it? It's easy to go into the wall.
Very easy.
Good. I'm not going to feel too bad about it then.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us, and hope you enjoy the rest of this 600.
I hope so, too. This has been awesome. Thanks for having me here. It's been incredible to watch this.
What do you think? You know, a lot of vibrant colors out here. What do you think old Kenny Powers, what would that car look like out on this racetrack?
I think it'd be leopard skin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Some fluorescent greens, maybe some fluorescent yellows, you know. Maybe he'd strap a mullet to the back of it, you know, and tendrils of hair would fly off the back. Yeah.
Love it. Thanks for being here, man.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Thanks, Danny. All right, 15th, Kyle Larson. Bubba Wallace and Joey Logano trying to work his way back up. Still trying to gain ground, Logano is, after that incident on the first caution flag of the day where he had to back up to get into his pit stall. All right, we got some William Byron audio as Byron now sitting in 5th place.
I feel okay. I'm not sure. No, we just don't have a ton of pace, but we're going to do all we can, race smart. Keep having a good pit stop. Keep going. Long day here. Inch at a time, lap at a time.
You know, I don't know, Tony, is that part of, like I was talking and watching these clouds coming in, it is getting darker outside. It has to play a little bit of a role in a grip level in this racetrack. I mean, you're starting to see Tyler Reddick and this 45 car coming alive. Blaney's still hanging tough, but Byron having trouble.
We got a lot of rubber on the racetrack. That's the one variable we haven't spoke about. We've talked about the temperature of the racetrack, but what we haven't talked about is during these longer runs, how much rubber's on the racetrack and how that'll change the balance as well.
Great point. That's the ever-changing racetrack, keeping up with it, of the 600, the transition that we all talk about. That's a big part of that equation. Look at that. Look how close they're running the wall. 185 mile an hour. Get you some.
Take a look at our lap leaders, sponsored by Novartis. William Byron's been out in front for 54 laps. Twice as many as Christopher Bell. Blaney, Hamlin, and McDowell have also led laps. And McDowell's experiment is, well, pretty well over. He was 30th when he stayed out and did not pit on that last caution. Restarted up front. Now he's back at 28th. Speaking of lap leaders, Kyle Larson in 17th. Oh, he led almost all of them last week in the All-Star race. Jamie?
That's right, Mike. It seems like no matter where we race, we're always talking about Kyle Larson running up front. Well, that certainly hasn't been the case so far today. He just has a tight race car, and they have adjusted on it with wedge and air pressure all 3 stops. And I just heard his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, come on the radio and said, nothing's working. We're going to go about it a completely different way. This next stop, we're going to try different adjustments.
Well, it sounds like last week when Kyle said they were junk on Friday and said they had no chance of winning the All-Star race, and then all of a sudden Sunday, whoa,
dominated.
Whole different deal.
We've never heard any drivers ever have similar stories to that.
We've also been watching how teammates are pretty well spread apart in this rundown. You have to go pretty far down to find any teammates. Usually there are clumps of them. Not so much here. Now here is the weirdest teammates on the same page story that maybe I've ever heard. Both of the full-time Legacy Motor Club cars, Noah Gregson the 42, Eric Jones the 43, they both hit debris on the track that punctured their radiator, apparently on the same lap. And they're out.
No way. How's that even possible?
That's an episode
You
of the
just destroyed
Twilight
all
Zone.
my cars.
And Jimmy Johnson has gone to the garage 1 lap prior.
This is not the day you're looking for.
Nope.
I tell you what, you see Jimmy Johnson working on that car.
There is
Jimmy.
Johnson going around now. Did not hit the wall, but apparently sustained some damage. And then Jones being pushed back to the garage, and lap or two later, Noah Gragson.
And Eric Jones was on a march. He was marching to the front, much like he did last year. Very, very strong, very fast.
You think that cat wants to get back out there and get after it again?
Always.
Well, the last Cup race that he ran was at COTA in Austin, Texas, and his race did not make it around lap 1 there. Josh.
Yeah, and you guys just talked about the troubles for Jimmy Johnson as they're back here in the garage continuing to work on that car. When he did spin out, he grazed the wall, a little bit of damage to the left front, so they adjusted the toe, thought that would help, but when Jimmy went back out, he said the steering wheel was much, much worse, so they knew they're going to have to come in, and it would take some time to figure out exactly what's wrong and how they can get it fixed, guys.
Thanks, Josh. Here's the lead battle, and the Bell and Reddick in the Joe Gibbs and 2311 Toyotas running 1-2. They are a second ahead of Ryan Blaney in third. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Kenny Hamlin hard at work there in 9th place. And here's one of Clint's Super 6 questions. Which of these drivers will have the better finish at the end of the race, Tony, and by how many positions?
That's tough.
Well, of course.
It's $25,000 I'm giving to you.
To be tough.
I'm going to get in when I think I can get the easy money.
Come on, man. What? Hey, there ain't no easy money in my money, buddy. You're going to get it the hard way. I love it, though. I actually, Cindric's been in the wall.
Yep.
I actually got on there and looked at those questions myself. Whoever wins that one, they're going to earn their money this week. Got into it pretty hard, Tony.
And he's been flirting with the wall all day. He started up there and stayed committed to the very, very top.
Saturday, Cindric was the star of the show in the drivers only telecast. What a great pit reporter he'll be someday. Michael McDowell had to make the pit stop and went 2 laps down in the process after restarting up front without having taken new tires.
Yeah, Larry, let's not do that again. That didn't work, buddy. Don't
but
keep
like
me
Tony
out there.
said, that was a good time to test the waters. Do it early.
That water's cold.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Very, very
deep
cold.
too.
I like this lap traffic the leader's getting into. These lappers aren't just moving over and giving these leaders the outside. You see Briscoe there. There goes Christopher Bell, the leader in front of you, and Reddick closed the gap a lot. They're having a race for position here, trying to stay not only on the lead lap, but stay that first car on the lead lap in case a caution comes out to get the lucky dog.
Momentum.
Jamie.
And Denny Hamlin, we were riding on board. There you see him right there, bringing it down to make a pit stop and some adjustments. Having a hard time getting grip up on top of the racetrack earlier, so that just started. Now all the crews are up on the wall, Mike.
Yeah, that's a little bit early there, Jamie. Oh, he stalls it leaving too. That's going to costly. But he was starting to fall back. I think the handling was going away from him. Kyle Busch on pit road.
Ty Gibbs in as well. Regan.
Well, Kyle Busch's car is really good for the first 10 to 15 laps of the run, but after that, the right sides just feel like they're way too out of the racetrack for him. Need some help with that.
Larry, what do you think about the timing of Hamlin's stop?
Yeah, it's a little bit early, but if your car's not handling well, I think I said this in the pre-race yesterday, come a little early, get advantage of those 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
All right, Zane Smith is in. He's in the 38 this week. Keselowski and Truex to pit road. Jamie.
Like told Brad Keselowski, you have been turning some of the fastest lap times on pit road. Car is good. Started out a little bit stronger there, but just a little too tight overall. Regan?
Martin Truex losing time up on the top side of the racetrack. Doesn't like it up there as much. The problem is he doesn't have any grip on the bottom, so he's got to run it up high. And the 12 of Brian Blaney, his car feels pretty good through 1 and 2. A loose over 3 and 4 through the bumps. Struggling just a little bit with the nose taking off on the Exodus 4 as well.
Boy, and now pit road is full of cars, more than a dozen of them. Reddick comes out. Byron heads for his stall. Blaney is in. Allmendinger done with his service. Haley, Almirola, Larson, Austin Dillon, Suarez all on pit road. Logano finishing up.
Christopher Bell, 20. On pit road, your leader.
And that will draw everybody else on the lead lap to pit road. Regan.
Christopher Bell 2 free this run. As you see, the car behind him having trouble getting out of the pit stall. Maybe threw the timing off a little bit, and now bigger problems on the right there. But with the race car just a little bit too free right now for him.
Ricky Stenhouse getting service. He had come up into the top 10. Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace in, Ryan Preece.
Here's your battle here. Keep an eye on Reddick. Pitted a lap before your leader, Christopher Bell. Wasn't too far behind him. He's going to go by him. There he goes.
And not by a little, but by a lot.
Sure did.
So that should be the lead when we cycle through. Chase Elliott, Corey LaJoie has yet to pit. Harrison Burton, Chase Briscoe have yet to make their stops. Teammates, Bell and Truex there.
Bumper, still hanging bumper clear.
So the first 4 cars on your scoring rundown have not yet pitted. Halfway through stage 2. Let's compare the pit stops of Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick. Driver within a second, but a big difference in the pit stop.
And part of that, the 31 car, Justin Haley, was right behind, and that's what caused that slow start.
Right rear of the 20 car. All kinds of trouble with the tire changer getting there, and a lot of that had to do, Tony, with your thing you pointed out, the 31 of Justin Haley so deep in his pit box.
Penalty on Bubba Wallace. Equipment interference. He'll have to do a drive-through penalty, and there is a very close call.
That's exactly what it was. Not only was he slow getting to the wheel, then he had to look over his shoulder to make sure that 30 wasn't going to run him over.
Well, the tire carrier had to wait for the 31 car to clear before he could get around the left side of that tire changer.
Let's see how good.
So here's the comparison of the leaders.
So he did a little bit better job with the speed through the center, but Bell caught him back up by the time they got to the line for the most part. I'm going to put that mostly on that pit stop. That's good work, Larry. Thank you.
Your leader, he'll be pitting this time. Corey LaJoie in second. Harrison Burton has pitted, so this will complete green flag stops. Now, Elliott was 13th before this pit cycle began.
There, the hands out the window. He will pit this time by.
Bubba Wallace has just served his drive-through penalty at pit road speed. Corey LaJoie is on pit road, so Elliott will be the last to pit. And he pits from the lead. Josh?
And Chase Elliott, who's now led 6 laps, said he was way too free early in the race. They made an adjustment. He felt better, but still could use to be a little bit tighter, guys.
4-tire stop, and this will cycle the Carolina Blue Toyota of Tyler Reddick back to the lead.
Thanks for correcting me on that, Mike. I called it baby blue in the heat of battle earlier. How dare I do that in Carolina?
154 laps complete. Reddick, Keselowski, Blaney, Truex, and Bell, the top 5.
Sargent
Bradley J. Harper.
Sergeant Joshua R. Ashley.
Staff Sergeant Curtis Roy Klein.
Chief Warrant Officer 3, Ryan Michael Conley.
Sergeant Alessandro Platino.
Staff Sergeant Michael A. Dickinson II.
Master Chief Petty Officer Mark Phillip Crampton.
Staff Sergeant Ari Colors.
We race to remember on Memorial Day. Everyone at the south end of Charlotte Motor Speedway is high and dry, but at the north end, the sky is crying, and we are under caution for a pesky rain shower just in turns 3 and 4. They're going to fourth caution flag of the day, this one for rain at lap 156. Tyler Reddick leading Brad Keselowski, the big gainer on that round of pit stops.
Jack William Roper, radio technician, 2nd class.
Captain Brian Bourgeois, U.S. Navy.
Nicholas Tomko, Sergeant, United States Army.
Lance Corporal Jonathan Ederling, United States Marines.
Chase Elliott racing to remember Army Captain Christopher Scott Seifert from Pennsylvania. The 2 pace cars, soldiers lost in Afghanistan. Army Specialist Jonathan Davis, Lance Corporal Matthias Hansen, and the officials' trucks. 2 Army soldiers lost in Iraq, Corporal Jeremy Beaufort and Staff Sergeant Clint Story. And from World War II, Army Private Kenneth New and Marine Lance Corporal Andrew Kearney. NASCAR races to remember this Memorial Day weekend, and we are halted by rain for the umpteenth time this weekend. Fox Sports welcomes you back to the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where the sun is out and the cars are rolling. Under caution. This will complete lap 159. There's Tyler Reddick, your leader. Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney in 3rd. Martin Truex, Christopher Bell are the top 5. 3 Toyotas and 2 Fords. The first Chevy is Kyle Busch in 6th and William Byron in 7th. We have 25 cars on the lead lap, including Austin Cindric, who just got the free pass for this caution for a brief rainstorm. Here's your progressive race summary. Tyler Reddick, the most recent of 7 leaders. We've had 12 lead changes, 25 cars now on the lead lap, and this is the 4th caution flag of the day. Now, Christopher Bell, there's news on what has been the fastest car on track so far. During the red flag period, that team made unapproved adjustments. He will restart in the rear.
Really? You're not supposed to do that, Tony.
So they say.
If
Dang it, I'll tell you what.
Further details, we'll pass them on.
That's a big hit for them.
Curious what the unapproved adjustment was, though. I mean, he's been in the top 3 the majority of this race. What was so bad?
Much, right?
Yeah, what was so bad that they needed to make that change to sacrifice the track position?
Under a red flag, which we had for rain with the cars stopped on pit road, teams are allowed to service the driver and cover the car, and that's it.
How about that? Reddick stayed out. Here comes Keselowski and a bunch of them. Leader Reddick staying out.
Keselowski, Burton in their pit boxes. Logano, LaJoie peels off. Jamie.
And Brad Keselowski in the 6th, as you noted, he is peeling off. He's coming into his box now. Said he was a touch too tight on the short run, that last go around on the short run. So 4 tires here. The 24, William Byron, needs to have better pace, wants to be a little bit faster. A 4-tire stop here and air pressure.
Now, a number of cars on the lead lap stayed out. So we'll reset the field for you when we come back. Oh, the hood is up on Kyle Larson. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. 162 laps complete. We're right at the end of this caution flag and red flag for rain. Now, during the red flag, there was an incident, some pushing and shoving between Bubba Wallace and Eric Almirola about something that had happened out on the track. And when push came to shove, the NASCAR security was right there to prevent
How is it always that guy? It's always that guy breaking things up. He look at this car's. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! He's the one that had. Who do you have in a headlock in Kansas? Wasn't it Kansas? Noah Gregson. Yeah. Man, that guy's always seemed to be. It just to give him a little bit more time.
I would love to know what it was, though, because that's if you get Eric Almirola that mad, something big's happened.
Also, before we go green, Joey Logano, equipment interference. His tire rolled into the adjacent pit box as that car was pulling in. So he will go to the back. Here's a look at it. The tire rolls. It's not caught. In comes the 51, and that was in their way. Christopher Bell, as we go back to green, will restart in the back. The team was found to be cutting the vinyl wrap from the hood during the red flag. So that's an unapproved adjustment. He starts in the rear with one of the fastest cars here. It is Reddick and Blaney up front as we're back to green.
Obviously, the top 5 stayed out on tires. Not much separation between these sets of tires here. So I think these top 5 will hold on pretty strong.
Oh, trouble.
Jimmy
Round
Johnson.
goes Jimmy Johnson. And caution waves. So that'll be the 5th caution at lap 164.
Looks like the toe link on the right rear is definitely bent. Man, not the day he was looking for, one of his favorite racetracks.
Now, Noah Gregson.
Tell me it's not so.
And Eric Jones are back on track. So let's see who Jimmy gets together with here.
His teammate, Noah Gregson, right there on the outside. Trying to get to his outside. Jimmy came up. They get into one another. I don't think Jimmy knew he was there.
That camp has had a rough day today.
Absolutely. Johnson down 49, Gregson 55, and Eric Jones back on track, but 59 laps down. After some debris came up and punctured both Gregson and Jones' radiators, they got the cars fixed and back out.
I'm going to go back to something you said. It was so interesting to see Almirola. I mean, I was his teammate for a long time. That is so uncharacteristic for him to throw a shove like that. Man, I wish I was a bug on the wall there, knew what they said.
So Almirola is 14th. Wallace had gone a lap down. He will get the free pass on this caution, and Bubba's number 23 will be 26th and back on the lead lap when we resume. Caution out for the 5th time today in Charlotte. thanks to everyone enjoying this Memorial Day at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where Jimmy Johnson has taken his car back to the garage area after spinning at lap 75 and again at lap 164. 167 complete, 2:33 to go. Tyler Reddick leading Martin Truex, and a great crowd for a Monday.
I was going to say, how about a shout out to this crowd? Memorial Day weekend, what a deal. It's been up and down. We're going to race. No, we're not. We're going to race. No, we're not. They have held strong, been here all weekend long, and still here after the last rain delay.
And a shout out to Speedway head Greg Walter. Somebody tweeted him this morning, said, hey, what about letting the people with cup tickets in to watch the Xfinity race? He said, that's a great idea. And we're going to tell our people to do that. Let everybody in that has a ticket, let them come in. And somebody says, well, wait a minute, Bob Pockris said you're going to have a ticket or whatever. They were believing Bob, our Bob Pockris,
well,
over the president of the Speedway.
Did you see the boat that Tony saw right at the end? That's, hey, you might need that to get out of here.
You know what that is? That's Escape from Lake Havasu.
That's why I recognize it.
Oh, boy. Here's a segue. How about time for our Guaranteed Fit, sponsored by eBay Motors. Take it away, Larry.
All right, Martin Truex Jr. running second right now in mile-and-a-half tracks. He has 186 career start in the Cup Series on mile-and-a-half tracks with 12 wins, 48 top fives, 98 top tens, and has led over 4,300 laps on mile-and-a-half tracks. He has 3 wins at Charlotte, including 2 in the Coke 600. And you talk about a drubbing. In 2016, he led 392 of the 400 laps. This could be the eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit for Martin to get his 3rd Coke 600 win and his 2nd win of 2023.
I can get on board with that, Larry. I agree. Boy, I was there for one of them butt whoopings. 2016, he won the whole thing, all of it.
Jamie?
Well, as I talked about earlier, the 5 just so loose, and they threw everything at it that they could. A wedge adjustment, air pressure, wasn't making any movement. So you heard his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, say, we're going to make wholesale changes. That's exactly what they did. They brought him down, raised the hood, and made some major adjustments under the hood. See if they can tighten him up a little bit and get Kyle Larson in this race, Mike.
I like that, Jamie. Taking advantage of that break. Let's go back here. Let's dig into this sim, see if we can find a little bit better package, something we can do with an adjustment. Probably a shock adjustment's about the only thing you can do.
Full sunshine, turns 2, 3 in the back straightaway as we go back to green. Tyler Reddick, Martin Truex, Ryan Blaney up there.
Still inside 12, 19, still tight on you. 19's half back, headlight higher, still even with the 12.
See Denny slide up, getting 3 wide back there. Lost the nose on his car down the bottom. Here comes Suarez. Haven't heard about him all day.
Boy, he's had a great drive from midfield after the last restart. His team owner, Justin Marks, won the Trans Am race at Lime Rock today. Jumped on board a plane, hopes to get here in time for the finish of this one.
Great battles all over the racetrack. Doesn't surprise me. Everybody's got a lot more confidence in their cars. Had a break to think about things. They're ready.
Now remember, the drivers at the front have 8 or 9 more green flag laps on their tires than Buescher, Keselowski, Byron Busch, and the drivers behind them.
But the thing that they do have is clean air, and that's what's going to help these guys. The more laps they can get will close that deficit up between the older tires and the new tires.
Gonna push him again. No hole between here.
This 9 car's coming alive too. Chase Elliott, you know, talk about his point situation going for playoffs. He's going to need points. Where do you get those points on a long 600-mile track? Didn't capitalize in the first stage, but can he in stage 2, 3, and 4? Remember, an extra stage here. Big day for him.
Chase missed a bunch of races. He possibly could point his way into the playoffs. Of course, he'd rather win to get in, but it is a possibility as he's closing on that 16th place in the standings. Tyler Reddick pulling away by 4 or 5 car lengths, one of the biggest leads of the day.
5 laps this run so far.
It's one thing I've been impressed with 2311. You know, we talk about Toyotas, you think it gives quickly, and the dominance that Gibbs has always had, the stronghold on the competition. Don't get me wrong, Truex, Hamlin, all of them have been there, but you think back at Kansas and Darlington, like Bubba has kind of been the lead car in the last, you know, month or so at 2311. Reddick holding strong here, starting to join that conversation.
We talked about RFK earlier, and Chris Buescher here on the bottom looking for third. Really, really strong after this restart.
Now he is the first car in the running order on new tires in third. Keselowski, his teammate, in sixth. Kyle Busch in seventh. Denny Hamlin in ninth. William Byron in 10th. All with fresher tires than the cars they're racing.
Oh,
trouble!
Kyle Busch.
Around. Kyle Busch gets tagged by Suarez.
He got into Keselowski on that outside. Washed up right at the last minute. I was just fixing to say that group of cars right there were really getting after it. Kyle Busch is around backwards. Unbelievable. Still going backwards, Tony.
Kyle was 7th at the time, and in a pretty tight pack of cars there.
What is he doing?
He might back it.
What he's doing, he's doing a great job at it, but why is he doing it?
Get caught up.
Got to spin around and get caught up. Gonna need to get caught up to go a lap down.
Find a flat spot so you don't.
These tires are all up, so I
there he goes.
Wow.
So he wants to try to stay on the lead lap here, get to pit road. Now here's a look at it. It's going to be behind these cars.
Second got loose, starts chasing it up the racetrack, gets in the side of Keselowski. Make note, Keselowski hit that outside wall pretty hard as well. That whole group right there, that was kind of that back half of the top 5 that stayed out, and the new tires coming on. See, Brad smoked the wall on the outside as well. Really lucky everybody missed him, Tony.
Yeah, you don't normally get that lucky here.
Now,
normally.
both Keselowski and Busch were on newer tires.
Yeah, but they were right out. They were approaching what I was talking about. They were approaching that back half of the top 5 and is having trouble. Those guys were kind of holding them up and stacking that group up. There was 4 or 5 cars right there just in a big pile.
So we'll look to see if either Suarez or Keselowski has damage from this, as we get a look from Denny Hamlin and the Coca-Cola camera.
I will say, we talk about holding a pretty wheel. That's about as pretty as you're going to hold it going backwards.
So Kyle back on pit road. Coming up, home to iconic wins for Secretariat, Seattle Slew, and American Pharoah. The most famous final furlong in the history of racing is coming to Fox. Don't miss the Belmont Stakes, June 10th, only on Fox. Going to have a little activity on pit road. Suarez, who may have had a little nose damage there, and Keselowski.
Well, I knew Keselowski was. Suarez, he was the back part of that, you know, top 5 group that stayed out. Kind of forced their hand a little bit. Timing wasn't exactly perfect there, Larry.
Yeah, because a lot of those that had stayed out the time before, they had about 14 to 15 laps. We're going to go back racing with right at, call it 20 laps ago. That's not what those guys wanted to see. They'd rather have seen this thing run out.
I'll tell you who else didn't want to see it. It's that guy right there in the 6. Hopefully it didn't bend that toe link on the outside. Back up the hood, underneath the hood on the 5. Didn't like that adjustment, Tony.
Or liked it and wants more of it.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Now, Christopher Bell restarted the last car on the lead lap, got his way up to 21st. Corey LaJoie will get the free pass for this caution as Kyle Busch goes around. .220 laps to go at Charlotte Motor Speedway in NASCAR's longest race, the Coca-Cola 600. Now we got some audio from Brad Keselowski's team about whether or not they had damage from that contact with Kyle Busch and the wall.
Should have took the top going into 3 and 4 there, TJ. They all looked like they were going to run it, so I went to the bottom and they fell down in front of me. It was the 99, so he probably would have ran the chicane back there and still came up and made it tried to mix corner, so probably did the right thing there, buddy. We'll be all right. There's still 221 to go, I believe, so.
Good. No concern there about the right rear. That's a fast race car. Jamie?
Yeah, just an update on this 6 for Brad Keselowski. This is one of the tires from the right side. He got into the concrete pretty well, but he said the car feels fine, so no more damage. Got fresh tires on it, so the 6 should be fine. Good to go from here.
All right, just a few layers of paint there.
That's right. Well, good. You know, Brad's had a very strong start to this race.
All right, on old tires, Reddick and Blaney on the front row. Truex and Elliott, they're on the tires with 8 or 9 more green flag laps on them than everybody else. 20 to go in stage 2. That'll take us to halfway.
That's Eric Almirola in the wall off of 2. Stacking them all up. We're just talking about him getting things turned back around. 4 wide, very tight getting him around here. Both sides, I hear it. Just got his day turned around, Tony.
Yeah, he's definitely off pace now.
Up front, Blaney, Reddick, Busher. Busher on the bottom. Almost slid up right to Reddick's door and drops in line third.
I like the way Busher's car turns off the middle. Got that run down the back straightaway.
Truex in fourth, has closed right up on the 3 leaders.
Comes Busher making that pass on Reddick.
Let's go back to the restart and show you the car with the black front, Eric Almirola.
Got out from underneath of him, didn't it, Tony?
Got loose, and then he chased it, and when he chased it, it overcorrected. Easy to do with the rack steering.
And it was Bowman had to take evasive action to the inside and get by. Oh, trouble front straightaway. Hard in the wall goes Hamlin.
Chase Elliott. Hard impact for Denny Hamlin.
That was a savage crash right at the start-finish line. Seventh caution flag. Lap 186. And the window net is down as the AMR safety crew quickly on the scene, dropping the window net. As we saw yesterday in the Indy 500, raising the visor. That's their driver's signal to the safety crew that the driver's okay. Hamlin dropped the net. He is all right.
That's big time impact there. Last year's winner of the Coke 600.
Left of your screen.
The inside of Chase. Gets loose. You see him lift out of the gas. The flames. Crowded Chase. Got into him. May saw some retaliation there.
Or did Keselowski get into the left rear corner of Elliott there?
I saw Elliott. You see Elliott lose his nose and lift out of the gas. Flames come out of the pipes.
Yep.
Chase it up. Squeeze Chase into the wall. And I think the rest is self-explanatory.
Well,
you never know. No, as hard as he hit, you know, you start bending them toe links and things like that. Could throw these cars around. Watch the flame. See, lift out of the gas. That means his car is heading up the racetrack. Come up. That's a retaliation.
Which isn't a great move when you're trying to gain points and get yourself back in the playoffs.
Yeah, but he got squeezed in the wall pretty hard. There's a lot of frustration there on both sides.
Yeah. Let's ride with Hamlin.
You hear him trying to bump, trying to stay out of it. Tell all sign when somebody's on the bottom is some flames coming out of the pipes. That's something I love about this new car. You see that, you know a car's in trouble. Big hit.
Wow. That is a vicious hit.
Well, that wall comes back out. You know, it's kind of in this tri-oval. We've seen it time and time again at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You hit right there. It's a very hard shot. Bad angle.
And Clint, you're exactly right. There was no contact from Keselowski. He was not involved. This might have all started back here at turn 2. Let's see. Back at the restart. Crowding there.
Yeah.
No, that's just 3 wide. I mean, that's not.
Chase got in trouble in the wake of the car in front of him. Got him up the racetrack a little bit. Denny never lifted though. Denny drove up and got in the inside. I mean, we've seen it. You saw it, you know, with Chastain at Kansas Speedway. I mean, you have to lift in those scenarios, but the problem is when you do lift, they freight train you on both sides. That's a product of this car a little bit on a 1.5 miles.
Well, the best news is Denny Hamlin walked away from that car. We have some of Chase Elliott's radio here.
Ran over us twice in the last 4 laps. Did I miss something there, or no? I've not seen it yet. Just bring it to us if we can fix this.
Ooh, look at the right rear. That's toast. Jamie.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin hit hard, but he wasted no time jumping on the radio, and I'm going to paraphrase, but he said, that is complete BS. They should park his butt. And Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, came on the radio after watching the replay, and he said that was 100% intentional. It doesn't get more intentional than that.
Well, here's the thing. I totally understand Chase's side. I mean, you get leaned on enough, you get tired of it. But again, we talked about it yesterday, the point situation and the races that he missed, he needs to capitalize and get as many points as he possibly can get. So you hate to see him throw it away that way.
All right, pit road is open. Regan.
Well, Mike, the one car, Ross Chastain, they have been working hard on this car all night long, finally starting to get it close. The biggest problem had been the bumps. They had smoothened the bumps out. He likes it right now just a little bit loose. Jamie?
And William Byron said his car is a little bit better there, not as tight as it was, just still wants a little bit more pace to hang with those guys.
$12 to go in stage 2. Here is another look at it as we are under caution for the 7th time today for Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. Under caution at Charlotte, we remind you week 8 of the 2023 USFL season is on Fox. Back-to-back games as Memphis takes on New Jersey at 1 Eastern. Michigan battles New Orleans at 4. It all kicks off Sunday on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Josh is with Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin checked and released from the care center. Denny, what happened there between you and Chase Elliott?
I got right rear hooked in the middle straight away.
Did you think there was any kind of retaliation there, or what was the deal? What led to that?
Yeah, it's a tantrum, and he shouldn't be racing next week. Right rear hooks are absolutely unacceptable. I don't care. It's same thing Bubba Wallace did with Kyle Larson. The exact same. He shouldn't be racing. It's a tantrum.
Thanks, Denny.
Strong words from Denny Hamlin. Bubba Wallace was suspended for one race after he crashed Larson on lap 94 at Las Vegas for intentionally wrecking or spinning another vehicle from the rule book, whether or not that vehicle is removed from competition as a result.
How about Harvick? Back in the top 5, started second, all the way back to 30th, all the way back inside the top 5. Unbelievable turnaround for that 4 team.
Well, look at how things have cycled through. You got Austin Dillon up in the top 10, Joey Logano, Ryan Preece.
Look at all these Fords. Fords everywhere on top of the Toyotas. Haven't seen that a lot this year.
9 to go in stage 2. And Chase Elliott out of the race after hoping for a bunch of stage points, got none today.
4 wide back there. Whew, that was tight.
4 wide for third for a moment.
Look who's in that mix in that 20 car from the back.
It's battle for the lead here. Chris Buescher might
Going to be the first time he's led
clear
today.
Awesome job.
Remember, he has the fresher tires out of this group at the front. Next car back with fresh tires, Harvick in 4th.
Been so long since we've seen these cars, RFK, producing lap-leading, race-winning cars, and we're seeing it this year.
And here comes Harvick. Down to the inside on Tyler Reddick. Harvick bottom feeding here. Reddick with the launch off the corner from the high side to hold third place, at least for the moment.
Tony, I don't know what they did to that race car, but holy cow, it's a game changer.
It's definitely woke it up for sure. I mean, that's the thing. We talked about it. At the beginning of this race, your car's not going to feel good. Get it to the end of each segment. Let the crew chief do the work. Rodney Childers, give him multiple opportunities. He's going to gain on it.
Jamie?
Yeah, and just to update the 4, Kevin Harvick, he started on the front row and just dropped like a rock at the start of the race. He was just way too loose. I went and checked with the team at the end of stage 1, and they said, we've made some great changes. He's actually happy. He just can't go anywhere. So now that he has track position, we're really seeing what he's capable of. Just turned the second fastest lap so far.
Wow, Reddick has dropped like a rock. He quickly falls to 7th place here. Going to be 5 to go in stage 2 when they come to the line. Josh is with Chase Elliott.
Yeah, Chase Elliott has been checked and released from the care center. Chase, what happened there between you and the 11? What led to what just happened?
Yeah, I can't hear you, but yeah, the 11 ran us up in the fence there, and once you tear the right sides off these things, it's kind of over. So just I hate it. I thought our Napa Chevy was getting better. It was nice to be making some gains there again throughout the race. Our pit stops were really good. And we had some pretty good fortune to get up towards the front there. So it was just, it was just trying to get to mile 600 and have a shot. So unfortunately failed to do that again.
Denny said there was some retaliation there. Was there any retaliation on your part?
Like I say, once you hit the wall in these things, you can't drive them anymore. So, unfortunately, no, just an unfortunate circumstance.
That's Chase Elliott's side of the story. Chris Buescher, your leader. Kevin Harvick has come to 2nd. Joey Logano up there in front of his teammate Ryan Blaney. That's for 4th with Keselowski 3rd, and just 3 to go in the stage. Ty Gibbs had a big run going into turn 3 a lap ago. Dropped down to the bottom on Blaney and had to abort. Lost several car lengths. He's right back at it. And you see Reddick falling to the back end of the top 10 as Chastain goes by.
These Fords, they're everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unbelievable. See the Toyota starting to creep back into this picture with Ty Gibbs here, but just a huge chain of events. Some of that due in fact of the tires, right? Being off sequence on the tires and the pit stops. But a big turnaround for these Fords.
Blaney.
Momentum going here again. Give up belt closing here. We don't need to give up any spots.
Blaney, that 31 laps so far today, and that's more than Ford in total has led on the mile-and-a-halfs this season. 1 to go in stage 2. That'll take us to halfway. Byron and Chastain back up into the top 10 there on fresh tires. It'll be Buescher and Harvick, Keselowski.
Spin on the front stretch. We got a caution. BJ McLeod's wrecked.
Stopped in the front straightaway and will finish the stage under caution. Chris Buescher will get his first stage win since 2021. Chris Buescher for RFK Racing, who never led here on the oval before today, is your stage winner. Welcome back to Charlotte, where we complete stage 2 under caution for BJ McLeod's spin. Today, Kevin Harvick racing to remember Marine Corporal Claudio Patino IV. Kyle Larson racing for the memory of Spec 4 Martin DeHeimer from Rome, New York. Denny Hamlin today carrying the name of Army Captain Kevin Joseph Smith on the windshield of his car. A.J. Allmendinger racing for Private First Class Theodore M. West of Richmond, Kentucky. Chris Buescher carrying the name of Army Staff Sergeant Ari Cullers from New London, Connecticut. Martin Truex racing for CW2 Rustin Radford Smith of St. James, Missouri. Christopher Bell racing to remember CW5 William F. Sonny Henchman from Worthington, Indiana. Harrison Burton's car carries the name of Army Sergeant Sean Duncan from Columbia, South Carolina. Bubba Wallace, racing to remember Army Specialist Luther Rabun Jr. from Lexington, South Carolina. And the 51 today, carrying the name of Army Captain James Eddie Reed from Kingsport, Tennessee. That's Todd Gilliland in the 51 today. B.J. McLeod, racing to remember Army Specialist Isaac Lee Johnson from Columbus, Georgia. Jimmy Johnson, carrying the name of Army Sergeant Kendall Frederick from Randallstown, Maryland. And Daniel Suarez, racing to remember Air Force Captain Dennis Michael White from Lee's Summit, Missouri. And there is McLeod, who brought out this most recent caution flag as we complete stage number 2 on this, our most solemn of holidays, Memorial Day. Pit road will open. 25 lead lap cars, and we'll add Zane Smith in the 38. He will get the free pass, and that'll give us 26 on the lead lap when we restart to begin stage number 3.
This will get us re-racked back on these tires. Now you're going to really see, I mean, make no mistake about it. The Fords up front, they were definitely on tires, but can they stay there? This is an opportunity. Gained a lot of track position here. Take advantage of it. Josh?
Well, that 17 car really came alive during that last run. His biggest concern, he's bottoming out at the top of 3 and 4, and the car's a little bit on the free side. Regan?
Ryan Blaney staying out on the most recent 2 cautions. Not really sure what to do to the car right now because of that. Felt like the tire cycles really hurt them. Instead of changing anything, they're going to do a reset right now. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick in the 4 said, my balance is fine, but I just can't do anything with Buescher because we're running the same line. Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski in the 6. They told him, that was your 200 lap warm-up, bud. We have 200 more laps to go. Just a little bit free on the 6.
Kevin Harvick wins the race off.
Fire down there in Keselowski's pit. Got it out quick.
So Harvick leads Buescher, Logano, Gibbs, and Blaney off pit road. Under caution at Charlotte. We're just past halfway, so it's time for our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Who's got your eye on?
That 4-ball, buddy. Kevin Harvick all the way. Second. Started second, ladies and gentlemen, all the way to the trunk. 30th place. Now he's back. Up in the top 3. Kevin Harvick all the way, Tony.
Steals my horse.
Well, you still own
literally.
It. But I like the one in the same Ford camp. I like the 6 of Brad Keselowski. He's been strong all day. He's been running up front. Came back after contact with the wall there. He's really strong right now.
One driver has been able to knife his way through the field all the way to the lead. Sad thing, he's going to have to do it again. But Christopher Bell just has tons of speed. I'm keeping an eye on him. Larry Mack.
Mike, what a start to 2023 for Chris Buescher in that 17 team. 2 top 5s, top 10s in 3 of the last 4 races. He comes into Charlotte 59 points above the cut line. As long as Scott Graves can make the right adjustments in that car, I'm keeping an eye on Chris Buescher.
My Credit One guy to keep an eye on is Kevin Harvick. And Boyer, I'm going to follow your lead. I'm not going to change my horse, but Kevin Harvick, he should be happy Harvick, smiling all the way back to about 28th or 29th, 30 laps into this race. But Rodney Childers and Kevin have been making some good adjustments and running P3. So I think he's going to be one to watch the second half of this race.
All right, David, we'll see. Harvick will restart third behind 2 drivers who did not pit. Ricky Stenhouse and Kyle Busch are up front as we go back to green.
Kyle Busch, we've already seen him around backwards. And Stenhouse, don't sleep on Stenhouse. That's been a top 10 car all day. Give these guys some track position here. Clean air might be dangerous. How cool would it be to see Kevin Harvick back in victory lane?
I think it'd be super cool.
He's told everybody he's hungry. This is his last year's last opportunity. Coke 600. He's going to lay it all out there.
Knifes to the bottom on Stenhouse. Number Harvick has fresh tires. Stenhouse does not.
Here comes
new leader, number 4.
Bumper clear, take it all the way. Good job. Getting your rhythm here.
Now Joey Logano coming up for second.
Sun's out as bright. You see the sun shining on the side of that 4 car as bright as it's been all day long.
Well, yesterday, one of those yellow Penske cars won the Indy 500. Here comes Logano.
So close off of turn 4 for Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney. Still door-to-door getting into 1. Look at that momentum on that outside. Here comes Buescher.
Whoa, Kyle Busch went up to block that road and now comes down, trying to hold off the 6.
Man, he got close again. Closed the door on Buescher. Buescher lifted that time. Survived to see another day. Smart move by Buescher. Knows he's got a good hot rod.
2 back, 1 lane higher. He'll get a run off of 2 all the way up if you want. Here he comes.
Riding along with Kevin here and Tim Futua.
Joey Logano's average running position in the first half of this race was 18th. They had a bad start because of the metric. He got taken out of the Kansas race just before the finish, so his bad finish had him pretty deep in the field. And then got blocked getting into his pit on the first stop of the day. Had to come all the way from the back, but here's Logano challenging.
Track position. It's always been a track position game at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Whoa, Buescher so close again on that outside. I don't think anything explains his track position better than your car, your pick, Christopher Bell right there. You watching him and Buescher, you see the 24 of Byron. These were our early leaders in this race. Truex right there on the inside. These guys are mired back here in traffic. Got this dirty air, a whole different animal for them.
Nice shot there from Ty Gibbs and that Monster Energy cam on board. Clint, 7 players are still alive in your game to win 25 grand today.
I knew it, and I'm telling you, our fans are smart, Tony, but when I looked at these the choices, these picks, they were very difficult this week. $25,000 on the line. It better be, huh? I need a ride home, by the way.
I'm rooting for these guys, all 7 of them.
If they win.
No. If they all hit it, they split the 25 grand.
Yeah.
That's still pretty good.
For him, though, just getting my money, that's all he cares about.
I just want somebody to get some of his money finally.
You gave it to me, so it's kind of a recycle.
You earned it.
4 Fords in the top 5, separated only by Kyle Busch's Chevrolet in 4th. A little further back, Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson, 11th. How do these two always find each other? Always.
Well,
it's
they're
just
good.
drivers that do that. It's odd, but yeah, it just happens that way.
And it's usually at the front.
And here it is for 10th place with Ty Gibbs. All right, things settle out here just a bit as well. Larson moved through, and here comes Gibbs right back at him.
Clear. In line 1-1.
Chastain to the bottom. Larson has to hold the middle groove. Chastain chugging along. Past Larson again.
You don't want to get caught in that middle, do you, Tony? You miss the bottom, you're in trouble. If you miss the block on the outside, you're in trouble. They go by you on both sides.
Let's go back up front. Jamie.
Well, Clint, you've been mentioning this full sun. These teams weren't necessarily expecting full sun for this race on a Monday. And Kevin Harvick told me yesterday, if we do get sun, it will be a game changer. So between the sun, the adjustments, and the clean air up front, Kevin Harvick is setting sail trying to win in his final Coke 600.
It's on full display. There you have it. Wanted some sun out here. Game changer for him. Whatever Rodney Childers did under the hood of that car on that first stop, that was the game changer in my eyes. I mean, this thing couldn't have went backwards any faster and then marched right back up through the field.
Little contact here. Alex Bowman. Yep.
Justin Haley on the outside.
And
uh-oh.
Yeah, Keselowski limped down the back straightaway, and here he comes to pit road. Keselowski was 5th when he came to pit road. Harvick 0.8 of a second up on Blaney, who has passed Logano for 2nd, with Kyle Busch holding 4th and William Byron 5th. Jamie.
After the last pit stop, Brad Keselowski's team told him we may not have gotten the left rear tight. They stayed out so they could send that video to the war room in their office here in Charlotte. They looked at it, confirmed it was not tight. They told him to pit.
That's a tough call. Pulling your car off of a top 5 run, and you know you have a shot at this unbelievable race on Memorial Day.
So he is still on the lead lap.
Have to make that call, though, Tony. I mean, you cannot afford, again, you've got a good hot rod early in the race still.
I'm sorry. He is 1 lap down as a result of that stop. Lost a lap coming around slow to get to the pits.
It falls off. You could have been in a garage area done, too.
Josh?
Well, you guys talked about it, a rough first start to this race for Joey Logano, now up to 3rd. And I talked to him the other day. He's won in the past at Charlotte, never in the 600. He said to win these type of races, you have to be perfect. He's been far from perfect today, but he's got a shot, guys.
Nobody remembers how you ran the first half of the race, right?
That's right. And that's what we were talking about with the Harvick situation and a lot of these drivers that had a slow start. Get yourself to the end of the stint. Let your crew make adjustments. You have a lot of chances to make your car right and to get yourself there. Be patient.
It's also something that you see every year with this 600-mile race of the Coke 600. There's always a transition in this race. Somebody always takes off at the first of the race and then has trouble by the end. And always somebody, just like Kevin Harvick, that jumps up and surprises you.
Well, 45 laps ago, Kyle Busch was wrecked. Right. And spun out and went to the back, and here he is in the top 5.
Saw it last year thinking about, Kyle Larson. Look at the start of the race for them. They were on fire. They spun out. They sped on pit road. Anything that could have happened did. Cliff Daniels comes on the radio. He's like, hey, man, somehow, some way, and listed off all the things that happened to them. But, a huge but, we're still in this thing, and they almost won.
Yep. Now, Kyle Busch has the oldest tires of anybody in the top 13. Everybody else came in at lap 204. 177 laps to go in Charlotte in the Coca-Cola 600. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Round out your protection with life, phone, and pet health insurance.
There he goes. Pass to the lead. Kevin Harvick ran that bottom. Huge run on the outside. Ryan Blaney to the point.
Blaney back in front. He'd already led 35 laps today. Here's the lead pass from our era coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. Regan.
Well, Mike, a little bit earlier, Ross Chastain had started making some noise on the racetrack, but the last pit stop, they had an issue with the rear gun, a faulty rear gun. Well, he is up 10 spots since that last pit stop. At one point came on the radio and told the team, this is a different car than we started the race with. He is happy in the seat right now, just a little bit loose into the corners.
Chastain back up into the top 10 in 9th place. Now here's Christopher Bell taking 4th from William Byron. Bell still 3.8 seconds off the lead.
Whoa,
oh no!
That now.
Bell spins without contact, and we're under caution. Can you believe the way this day has gone?
No.
If I didn't watch this race from a year ago, no, I would say no. But this is exactly the way that race happened a year ago.
Just gets out from underneath him.
So he was 5th, goes for a long slide through the Roval chicane, and then gets it righted. Wow.
Something he had been doing before that, we saw earlier in the race. He'd run into turn 3 all the way up on the wall, and about halfway through the corner, he'd start bringing it down about a half a car length, and I didn't see him do it that time. I don't know if he had been working up higher the last half of the corner or
yeah,
what.
definitely diamonding off of the center before. But the other thing you think about of the 600, and as the race progresses, the rubber down that you spoke of earlier, Tony, you know, usually it gets freer as you go in through the night. The transition that we talk about, I think some of these cars that we're leading early are transitioning loose. Just think of Truex, his teammate Bell right there that spun out. Then look at all of a sudden, you know, Chastain, Harvick, some of these guys that were holding strong. We talked about Blaney. Larry told us around a wedge to tighten up the 12 car.
That's a great point, because the stage that we're in right now, the sun is blocked by the grandstands. Turn 4 has been in the shade for probably the last 30 to 45 minutes, so I guarantee the surface temp is much cooler there than what it was earlier.
Now, Daniel Suarez had fallen off the lead lap. He will be the free pass car. So we'll have 27 lead lap cars when we go back to green. Pit road is open, and it should be a busy place here.
Mike, this gets you right here. This will get you to the end of stage 3 should we stay caution free.
Good opportunity for William Byron, not having to go around 6 either. Josh?
Let's start with the 22 of Joey Logano. He fired off 3 during that last run, and it stayed that way, complaining he can't run the top because it's just too free right now. Regan?
Ryan Blaney in the 12 car started that run off good. Slowly got freer as they ran. Maybe just a little bit of adjustment is what he wanted in that car. And the 8 car, Kyle Busch on those old tires, it started a little bit tight and then got loose, but not bad right now. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick making his 8th stop of the day. Said he wants to be a little bit snuggered through 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 car is good. Not many complaints from the Ford team.
There it is.
The 19
William Byron.
And Corey LaJoie also involved in that. 3 cars collided trying to exit their pit boxes here.
Big time advantage goes to the 24 car. William Byron and company took advantage of it, +3.
So working the 9th caution with 167 laps to go as Christopher Bell goes for a big spin and slide off turn 4. The Honor and Remember flag is a national symbol of remembrance that sends a message of appreciation to the sacrifices made by our military fallen heroes and their families. The flag flies at many NASCAR races around the country. Go to the website or text. The directions are on the screen so that together we remember them all. 235 laps complete. Pit road collision leaving the pits here, involving Martin Truex, Kyle Busch, and others. Look right top center of the screen. 4 wide.
Just 4 cars going for the same spot at the same time.
Kyle Busch was one of them. Truex, Buescher were there, and Chastain was the white car that pulled out from his stall, and there was that little jumble up.
Let me tell you the difference a body makes in a car. If all 4 of those cars would have been coming back in and resetting, fixing damage without this composite body, that is a game changer.
Yes.
So everyone on new tires: Byron and Harvick the front row, Blaney and Gibbs, Logano and Larson, Busch, Chastain, Reddick and Wallace. Here we go. Blaney, Byron, Logano, Harvick on the inside.
How about the difference, Mike? That #1 pit stall for Byron. Them boys were in big trouble. He's gained 9 spots with that pit stall today, taking the lead 3 different times because of it. I think that makes a difference. That changes the handling of that race car each and every time, too, getting that track position. Speaking of track position, look, don't look now. Here comes Kyle Larson. Wholesale changes under the hood of that car twice. Changed it once. Tony, you said it. Back under the hood they went. I'm like, what are they doing? Must have liked it. Give me some more of that, Jack. Exactly what Cliff Daniels did.
And Reddick's car has reawakened as well. Just pulling up there in 5th place. Kyle Busch reporting a possible vibration in his car.
Contact, pretty heavy contact with the right front on pit road.
Yeah.
You see the damage on the left rear as well.
Is your steering wheel okay, or is it knocked off? Steering wheel is okay, but it's definitely different scrubbing tires for sure. I think it's hurt.
Kyle Larson now on the bottom, on the move. 3rd place, stalking 2nd.
Here he comes, folks. Seen this story before.
And he's bringing Reddick right with him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Reddick's staying right with him here. I mean, Reddick's been strong all day, too.
It's amazing. This is that transition that you speak of, Tony. It's a change of the guard.
I still think we're early in the process, though. I think this is still going to continue to change and evolve over the next 30 to 45 minutes as this track gets in more shade.
I like it. I don't know what happened. We're looking at him right there. I speak of the Kevin Harvick in that 4 car. They made an adjustment or not on that last start, or excuse me, last pit stop. Whatever the problem was, didn't like it. Kind of mired back here in some dirty air.
How about Ty Gibbs in the 54, racing 900 miles today? He started the Xfinity race, which was interrupted by rain. They're going to finish it after this race is over on FS2. And he's running both races, and he's been hanging around the back end of the top 10 here all day.
Doing exactly what he's done all season long, which is exactly what he needs to do. Quietly performing behind the wheel of that 54 car. Hasn't gained any enemies in the Cup Series. We watch him in that Xfinity Series, boy. He had them all riled up. Cup race, he's been gaining experience, gaining respect on that racetrack.
All right, everybody, why don't you grab your Memorial Day.
Oh, he's in the wall now. I'm done talking about people. It happens every single time. Crank it up, for crying out loud. I don't want to talk about anybody.
All right, let's do that.
out there. Still outside.
Tyler Reddick has closed on William Byron. This is for second place, with Ryan Blaney 1 second ahead of them.
Heard Reddick have to check up for just a second.
Door, right rear clear, by 1 all the way.
Harvick with the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam past Logano. 5th place. And Kyle Busch just shot past Logano. I'm not sure if Logano's lost a little something. I don't like talking streaks. If you don't like talking about people, I don't want to talk about non-winning streaks. So let's not talk about Ryan Blaney's non-winning streak.
It's a great idea.
Oh crap, I just did. Jamie.
Well, you guys were talking about what a nice job Ty Gibbs is doing. This is obviously the longest race ever of his career, and the first time he's raced a Cup car here at Charlotte. But he did get to test here. He was one of 3 drivers that tested here in March. The other driver, one of them was Kyle Larson. So Ty was able to watch what Kyle Larson does, how he arcs it coming out of turn 3. So he learned a lot from Larson. And oh, by the way, some of what they learned from that test, they applied to this setup, and they'd be happy with 5th to 10th place car, and they've got it. Regan?
Well, Jamie, we heard that audio of Kyle Busch concerned about the right front of his race car. That was under the caution flag. They talked it through as a team, ultimately decided to stay on the racetrack because they were coming to the 1 to go. Felt like it was going to be okay, and it was just the Goodyear rubbed off that made it look like it was wobbling. Well, it appears that they made the right decision because Kyle hasn't said anything about that right front anymore.
Thanks, Regan. Kyle Busch holding 6th place.
I'm impressed with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And look over your shoulder, Bubba Wallace, he's back from a penalty running good, but that Stenhouse Jr.'s been solid. That back half of a top 10 all day long, that's performing at their best right there. I like that. Good job, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Keep it up.
You saw
if I jinx him, you're taking over.
And you saw them pass Joey Logano, who continues to lose spots. Logano with the Ford camera now has dropped to the back end of the top 10. 49 to go in stage 3. We're going to take you Fox side by side with Ryan Blaney leading Tyler Reddick by 1.3 seconds. Welcome back to the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. 143 laps to go, including the end of stage 3 and all of stage 4. There's the race for 6th place. Kyle Busch and Ty Gibbs with Ryan Blaney leading. Once again, we want to run our Fox ticker honoring the servicemen and women who gave their lives in the service to our country within the past year. It is a list that we hope each year grows ever shorter. '27 lead lap cars. That number is going to drop by 1 as Eric Almirola comes to pit road for 4 tires. Let's get a further update from Josh.
Yeah, let's get an update on the 22 of Joey Logano before that last caution, saying he was way too free. Came in, they tightened him up. He was good for a couple of laps, had himself inside the top 5, and then once again he said, I'm loose already, and dropped now outside the top 10 to 12.
Tyler Reddick to 2nd. Half a second behind Blaney, and closing. Here's Larson Byron for 3rd. A couple of Hendrick Chevy teammates. They've pulled away from Kevin Harvick by about 1.5 seconds.
How wild can the Coca-Cola 600 get? Let me tell you. Top 10 after issues. 5-car Larson, hood up for changes twice. The 4-car Harvick, 2nd to 30th, back to the front. Busch, he's spun out. He's in the top 10. Wallace pit penalties. Unbelievable chain of events at the Coca-Cola 600. Happens every year. Wild things.
Austin Cindric was a lap down earlier. Here he is passing teammate Joey Logano. Now that's for 12th place.
3 to the 20 and then a half straightaway. P13, 3.
And getting repassed. Maybe. And Christopher Bell comes pounding up from the back once again. You mentioned Kyle Larson, who spent 1 minute and 20 seconds over the course of 2 pit stops making major changes to that car.
Yeah, he spent more time on pit road than Blaney and Reddick combined for adjustments. Look at the difference it makes. I think they capitalized the most on that rain delay. Gave that team a chance to go back. All right, show me something in this data. Show me something in that sim that we can make a change for my driver. Cliff Daniels, one sharp cat on that box.
That is 2 weeks in a row that team has had a complete turnaround from also ran to contender or winner.
Yeah, but you're exactly right. That break gives those guys the opportunity to get out of the moment of the race itself and really focus on what are their options, what can they change, what does the time frame take for each of those changes to accomplish the goal.
Pretty spectacular, Larry.
Yeah, it is. And Mike, the last time they were in there and made a major change, they went back to the right front and made an adjustment. Then on the rear, they actually are taking wedge out of the car. That makes me think that this track is going through that transition.
Here we go for the lead.
Yes, we do. Reddick is coming on strong to Blaney. Blaney's car seems to fall off. I think we need to take note of this. The longer the runs are, his car seems to get looser. We've heard that in his radio, but he falls off on the long runs. That thing takes off like a banshee early, gets in trouble on a long run. That could help you or hurt you at the end of this long race. Reddick, oh so strong, and it's Carolina blue 45 car.
That's right.
Yes, pretty strong.
Now Reddick beginning to search a little and look for a different line than the one Blaney's using.
He's having trouble with Almirola, your car there, Tony. Go ahead.
He's getting one of his laps back, but what that's going to do is even out the air for both of these guys and give Reddick that opportunity.
Boom, there it is. He's not going to be able to stay with the fuel, though, that outside line. You see how free Blaney was on the outside, though?
You know, if this were Kansas, we'd be done right now. We just crossed through 400 miles.
This ain't Kansas, Toto.
Well done. Well played.
Good 1 and 2, look good there.
Martin Truex on the comeback trail. He's back into the top 10 after an equipment interference penalty back at lap 232 on the last pit stop. So Truex has marched his way forward, picking up 18 spots since the penalty.
Three drove into our door off of 4, and he got a little out of shape over there in 2.
I like that you saw that. Thank you, Artie. I saw this off of 4, talking about the 3, Austin Dillon and Ross Chastain. They were oh so tight, 3 wide off of 4, got into 1 and 2, still door to door. Chastain finally lifted and boarded out of it, but those 2, keep an eye on the 3 and the 1. Watch this. Here's setting up. This is getting into 3, setting up the 3 wide. Can't really see it here, but they're really, really tight. Seam squeeze him into the wall. Stay with me here. It goes on. This progresses on into turn 1. Still 3 wide, still door to door. Watch this. Gets loose and have to lift. Yep. You heard the frustration from Chastain. Live on to see another day.
Well, let's get an update on our leader, Regan.
Well, Mike, the 12 car Ryan Blaney is stretching that lead out just a little bit right now on Tyler Reddick. Take a listen to what the team just told him.
All right, we need to keep saving, but we don't have to be quite as aggressive as we are right now. All right, we can be a little more aggressive yet if he wants to be. Doesn't need to save as much.
That message came to Ryan just as the 45 car Tyler Reddick caught him. Ryan did come on the radio right after and said, I'm just getting a little bit free just now in this run.
There it is. We documented that. That's been about every single run. That 12 car seems to work free. Funny. Save me some fuel here.
Yeah.
All right, I've seen enough. Go ahead and go.
Larry.
Yeah, I've been watching Kyle Larson in that 5. We've been watching his throttle trace here for about the last 5 laps. His lap times are good, but definitely looks like from a throttle standpoint, he is in saving mode. Remember, we went back racing with 64 to go, and the fuel window is right in the middle of that 62 to 66 laps.
Oh. Ryan Blaney out front for Team Penske. Tyler Reddick for 2311. Kyle Larson for Hendrick Motorsports. Your first 3, Ford, Toyota, Chevy. 21 different drivers have gone to victory lane in this 7th generation NASCAR Cup car. That list does not yet include Ryan Blaney. .27 laps to go in stage 3 of 4 stages that make up the Coca-Cola 600. With Blaney leading by almost 2 seconds, we're going to take you Fox side by side. Todd Gilliland has brought out the race's 10th caution of the day. Here's his radio.
What happened there, Steve? I don't know. I mean, I told him outside. He got outside of us in the straightaway. We just somehow got sideways and hit him. But
So he was Brad Keselowski, and there is contact as Keselowski came off the corner and very loose.
Yeah, Brad got loose. Take it, Tony.
Yeah, that wasn't the 51 crowd name. That's just the 6 car getting loose, and unfortunately the right rear of the 51 was there.
Now 51 is Todd Gilliland this week, and Steve was Steve Barkdahl, the spotter for the 51.
Bad to worse for Brad K.
Yep.
Bad fast race car. Unfortunately, nothing to show for it. He will be frustrated. Had a lot of optimism coming into the race.
Pit road is open. Regan.
Like Ryan Blaney, still just getting a little bit too free at the end of this run. In particular, the right rear steps out in turns 1 and 2, but they are going to leave it alone this run because it's only a 20-lap run to the end of this stage. And the 45 car of Tyler Reddick is plowing into turn 1 right now, but it's because he felt like he burnt the right front tire off. The balance is good otherwise. Jamie.
Kyle Larson in the 5, they told him just keep doing what you're doing. He said, I'm a little tight in 3 and 4 to start, but it frees up really quickly. The 24, his teammate William Byron said, leave it alone this run.
And Byron with that #1 pit stall again will prevail over Blaney and Reddick.
Keeps them in the game each and every pit stop.
Daniel Suarez will get the free pass on this, the 10th caution flag of the day in the Coca-Cola 600. One of the keys to handling with these 7th generation NASCAR Cup cars are the rear diffusers. Here's a closer look with Larry McReynolds and the Toyota Cutaway car.
You know, a big aero component of the next-gen car is the rear diffuser. So let's go to our Toyota Tech Center, to our Toyota Cutaway car. Let's take a look at the rear diffuser. It's located underneath the rear of the car. Now you can see the airflow under the car, and when it gets to the rear diffuser, the speed of that air really picks up. What that does, it creates more rear downforce without paying a drag penalty. Now a secret is getting that rear diffuser as close to the racetrack as possible to keep that air inside those strakes that's hanging down. You don't want to let the air escape. The more you can keep it in there, the more rear downforce. But Mike, at a track like Charlotte, when the speeds pick up, the big challenge is not having that rear diffuser bottom out on the racetrack.
Thanks, Larry. He tells us 90% of the rear adjustments to the cars today have been to get that diffuser closer to the ground for more downforce.
Well, that speeds that gap up, creates that venturi that we talk about, and the tighter you get that, you don't want to shut it off. You shut that channel off, you're in trouble, but the closer you get to it, speeds that up, more downforce.
That's a great drone shot under caution. Looking at the field as they come around with 27 cars on the lead lap. Daniel Suarez got the free pass. So Byron and Blaney will roll off from the front row here. Reddick and Harvick, Gibbs and Larson, Truex and Busch.
This is the 4th time that pit stall's put 24 to the lead.
Green flag.
Got Gibbs spit out on the outside, 3 wide.
Byron trying to run away and hide. Here comes Reddick on the high side. Blaney for the lead. William Byron's pit crew got him the lead with a 9.3 second stop. But Blaney powers through to take it back.
Exactly what we saw last time. This Blaney's car is for real on these short runs.
Gibbs watching the Harvick-Truex battle here.
You look at it, the fastest lap on the track, Ryan Blaney's, what was it? Lap 282. What lap were we on? 282. Just keeps getting faster and faster.
Regan.
Like the one car at Ross Chastain, we had documented how they had gotten that car better for him, but contact that happened early on pit road, they had to come on this last set of stops and make a second stop to try and repair the splitter, some separation on that splitter on the right front, and check the toe as well with the car for him.
Yeah, and that 4 wide dust up off pit road, he was the last car in firing off from the pit box that got everybody jumbled up there. Todd Gilliland checked and released at the infield care center, but out of the race, joining.
Whoa, so close.
Yes.
And Tyler tugged on it to get underneath William, but when he did, he sheared the back of that thing loose.
He was trying to do the crossover, which he accomplished, but whoa, so close to spinning that baby out.
30 laps later, if he tried that maneuver, it may not have ended the same way. Super savvy of Tyler Reddick, though. He knew that door was going to close and then started planning ahead for that.
Did you hear that throttle? Never cracked out of the gas. That's pretty hard to do, folks.
That was awesome.
Truex with a lift into turn 1 to try to get under William Byron, who has a little more steam coming off the corner. 3rd and 4th place, and Larson has joined them. Truex carrying the Bass Pro Shops cam, trying to put away William Byron here in turn 1 as Larson looks on the high side and Gibbs covers the middle.
It seems like they've got Truex back, making some adjustments, catching up to this racetrack. Got behind a little bit, but maybe got this baby where he wanted it.
Tyler Reddick running his fastest laps of the race, closing on Blaney as we watch Gibbs and Larson go at it for 5th.
I think you're starting to see the sun go down, the track cooling off. These track temperatures, cooler temperatures, means the speeds are going to go up. That may have been exactly what the doctor ordered for Truex here. I was thinking about that as soon as I said it. Man, was it an adjustment or did this track change? These speeds may play right into the hand, back into the hand where we started the race with the Gibbs cars.
Yeah, because he was probably in the top 2 or 3 cars at the beginning of this race. I mean, he could really make time on the top, and then he just kind of faded a little bit.
Well, let's think about it. When we started this race, heavy cloud cover. Then the sun started to come out, heated up a little bit. Now it's cooling back off. Keep an eye on Martin Truex Jr.
So think about Tyler Reddick in 2nd. His last lap was a 1/4 second faster than Blaney's. Knowing that Blaney has a really good short run car, how hard does Reddick press now, or does he wait until there are just a few laps to go in this stage to make his move?
Well, I think as strong as he's been, you got to go now. I mean, you can't wait on him. I mean, 20-lap run isn't a long enough run for Ryan to actually fade that much, I feel like. So Tyler's not a guy that's going to sit and wait anyway. I mean, and not in an over-aggressive way, but he's going to do everything he can the entire stint to run him down.
But exactly what I see right there. He's got him in the mirror already. Blaney had been running lower in the racetrack. He got him in the mirror. He was catching him on that outside. Blaney's moved up, took that line away. But I'm with you, Tony. 10 to go here. It's a tall order to catch that 12 car.
Oh, Bubba Wallace coming back, passes Christopher Bell for 16th.
Well, I'm going to go back to what you said a second ago, though. The guy on the lap chart right now that's showing speed is Martin Truex Jr., and he is closing on those 2 leaders.
So Bell fading late in this 3rd stage after he'd been so strong earlier in the day. Now this a lap ago.
Wow, just got really
he hit
tight.
hard.
Yep.
That's a shot. That's hard enough to create some damage, especially in a toe link area. Seems like he crossed his wake. He was coming up, and then it crossed the wake of the car in front of him in a bad spot, bad angle, shot it up in the racetrack even harder.
Well, remember, when he spun off of 4, I'm sure when they came in, they tried to do something to tighten that race car up. It may have went too far. Or maybe they can put the vinyl back on they cut off at the red flag and get it back.
Good point, though. I mean, at the end of the day, much like Keselowski in the 6 car, that's 2 strong cars at the start of this long 600-mile race. It's bit both of them. Attrition always plays a role in this long race with the Coke 600.
Bell back to 24th. Only 3 cars behind him, still on the lead lap. And Keselowski 2 laps down after at least 1 unscheduled stop.
Ooh, Blaney, a little wiggle there and did not have much real estate extra real estate to gather that thing in.
That would be an unfortunate adjustment, not an unapproved adjustment.
Exactly.
But it probably did take some vinyl off the car.
Goes back to what you said, though, that caused it, a wiggle. Car's working loose again. I think they're going to have to adjust this. They're going to keep this 12 car in the lead. Eventually, you would think we're going to run out of these short runs. 6 laps to see it wiggling there again.
I think that was the wake off of the 78, though.
But Reddick has closed every one of the last 4 laps.
He was close again off the wall, off of 4. If he didn't get into it, it was so close.
Reddick had a look on the inside, but not enough room to get down there as we're 5 laps away from the end of the stage. And Kyle Larson way up high and against the wall.
We talked about it at the beginning, minimize the mistakes. Long, long race. We know 100 laps doesn't sound like a lot, or 100 miles added, but it's such a long event that you just have to minimize the mistakes. You can take yourself out of this way easier than you can make something happen.
Stage points. These drivers are hungry. These playoff points are oh so important. We see it each and every year when we get to the playoffs. Who has that pad? Who has that insurance program with these playoff points all gained on these stages right here? Hard to think about it now. I'm with you, Tony. Patience, patience. All of them are reminded at the end of the year. Man, sure wish I'd have went a little bit harder for that playoffs. Can't get too aggressive here if you're Reddick. You get side by side, create that stall out for both of you. Gives Truex, who we're riding along with here, a chance for a 2-for-1. It's exactly what. Whoa, wiggling on the inside for Reddick. That's what we're talking about.
Now I'm not convinced it was going around the lap car.
And all that does is pull Truex right up to them. It's going to be a 3-car fight for the stage here.
And you know he sees that. I mean, he sees blood in the water. He senses that he's got a car that can get there.
That's a great shot right there. You see Reddick dive down to the bottom. Watch it cost him a little bit. Look at the momentum gain. Here comes Truex. They're going for it. These playoff points are so important.
This may be just what Blaney needs.
No, it's definitely what he needs. He loves what he sees in rearview mirror, those cars side by side.
Truex and Reddick fighting for second. One lapped car ahead. Here they come. The green and white checkered flag. Blaney, Reddick, Truex. First stage win of the season for Ryan Blaney, and his first ever at Charlotte. The winner of stage 3 of the Coca-Cola 600 has won this race 3 of the last 5 years.
Hey there, welcome to our race day studio. Shannon Spake, David Reagan. We're under caution for the end of stage 3. So before we tackle the last 100 laps in this 600-mile race, let's look back at the last 100. Stage 3 recap starting on lap 220 with this pit stop.
Yeah, this was a pretty solid pit stop for Brad Keselowski and these guys, and they thought they had a loose lug. They did not address the problem right here. You see a little bit of a fire. The fire extinguisher puts that out pretty quick, but actually Brad had to make an unscheduled stop a few laps later under green. Here you see on lap 233, Christopher Bell spins after being at the back earlier, but this was a mess on pit road. Kyle Busch leaving his stall, runs into Ross Chastain, who's leaving his stall 4 wide on pit road. Usually doesn't work out too great. A really good battle for the lead. William Byron has been taking the lead on these pit stops, but Ryan Blaney has been the fastest car here lately and drives around him. A caution on lap 275. Brad Keselowski and Todd Gilliland make contact on the back straightaway, puts Brad another lap down, and Todd Gilliland goes to the infield.
Going to be an exciting stage 4. Just keep your eye on Ty Gibbs, right? The last rookie to win this 600 race. Matt Kenseth back in 2000, actually the only one, Mike Joy.
How about that? And he's doing the double here today, running the Xfinity Series race, 900 miles total, including the Coke 600. So Blaney, your leader at the end of stage 3. Ford, Toyota. First Chevy is William Byron, as you see there. Byron has won every battle off pit road because, in part, pit stall number 1, which has been the box to have here 3 of the last 5 years. And they have made big gains because of it. It's only 15 feet from his box to the timing line that ends pit road there. And, of course, as the pole sitter, he has first choice of pits. That's where they are. Pit road will be open this time. Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering the race from green flag to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear, more driven. There you see the infield Roval course that'll be used here for the 500 this fall. Charlotte, one of the dual purpose racetracks on the circuit. Ryan Blaney leads him in. Regan?
Ryan Blaney in the 12 car went looser this run earlier. The team talked about it. They think it's because of the darkness, as we've discussed, that's coming out over the racetrack right now. So they are going to make an adjustment this time, plus expecting a longer run. And the 45 of Tyler Reddick, he's happy with that car, thinks it's very good. He just got tight when he got to the back of Ryan Blaney. Jamie?
Gets into 54. His pit crew won the pit stop competition last week. Says he's too loose on the long run. Meanwhile, the 24, William Byron, balance is pretty good on the long run. Could use a little bit more turn. And once again, that number 1 pit stall prevails.
Pays off. +3 for Byron.
Look at that teammate of his, +3.
+3 for Larson as well. Slow stop for Martin Truex. Loses 5 positions. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Coca-Cola kicked off their Mission 600 campaign with Coca-Cola Racing family drivers Austin Dillon and Joey Logano spending time with active duty military personnel on base.
From honoring those who've made the ultimate sacrifice and their families to Mission 600, Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola Racing family, and Charlotte Motor Speedway are honored to participate in Military Appreciation Month to celebrate and engage with those serving our country in the nation's military.
"96 laps to go in Charlotte in NASCAR's longest race on this Memorial Day. While we're under caution, we're going to take a look back at lap 186 when Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott got together. Brad Keselowski was right behind them as this unfolded coming into the front straightaway.
Yeah, this is the big one everybody's talking about. You see the 11 and 9 door to door right here. Levitt comes up, you see the get out of the gas, he's in trouble, squeeze the 9 on the wall. Now watch the 9 move down before the 6 hits him. A lot of people, a lot of buzz going on. I've seen that car move before the 6 hit him.
So the 9 did get contact from Keselowski, but not until after he came off the wall into Hamlin.
Yeah, he gets it gathered up right here. Turns left,
right there's the contact with Keselowski afterwards.
And here was Keselowski's radio explaining what happened from his point of view.
Oh, that was big. I got in the back of one of them, but they were bouncing off each other. I couldn't slow down. Oh, you're good, man. They were trying to wreck. They were wrecking each other.
The 11 and 9 out of the race because of that incident. Keselowski able to continue, had to make an unscheduled stop under green, and then got collected up with the 51 coming off turn number 2 and got further damage. He is still 1 lap down.
It's a shame. They both had fast race cars. I mean, they weren't top 5 cars at that moment of the race, but they had the opportunity and had enough time that they were going to be able to make adjustments and get the rest of the way where they needed to be.
So here we are at 94 laps to go with 28 cars on the lead lap. Christopher Bell will start out back. Another driver who had a fast car. Little to show for it. How about Chris Buescher, who won stage 2? He's back in 26th for the restart. And Jamie, how about our leader?
Well, Mike, there's quite a few pit crews up and down pit road who are doing double duty today. The 24 William Byron's crew is one of them. They'll pit for Josh Berry later on tonight. They got here at 7:30 this morning. When all is said and done tonight, when they continue and finish the Xfinity race, they could pit between 15 and 17 times. Good thing they're ranked number 1. All tremendous athletes, but what a long day for these guys.
Hey, Josh Berry, I know you're watching this. All things look good. You've got a really good night ahead of you.
Yeah, no kidding.
There are the stage points earned today. Ryan Blaney 24, William Byron 20. Remember, 3 stages so far, so 30 would be the maximum points that could be earned as far as stage points concerned.
So just keeping a tally. This is old Clint, Matt. That's the 5th time that pit crew has put that 24 car back up front.
Byron Blaney, then Larson, Gibbs, Reddick, Busch, Harvick, Truex, Stenhouse, Bowman the top 10. Byron's picked up a total of 15 spots in the pits today, every stop under 10 seconds, including their 3 fastest stops of the year today.
That's why they call it a team. It takes everybody to get the job done.
Well, they got him the lead, but again, here comes Blaney trying to take it away on the very first lap under green.
The help that Byron needed behind him got broke up because Ty Gibbs moved up, tried to put Larson 3 wide. And Blaney, that speed, it's so apparent that the early front side of these runs that the speed has in that 12 car. Unbelievable.
Yeah, nobody's had short run speed today like Ryan Blaney, and on that last run, well, what'd we go? A little over 20 laps.
Now, obviously, you want to try to make an adjustment there, Tony, but man, if something happens at the end of this race and you need a short run shootout car, look no further than what he has.
Yeah, but if I was at the end of that 20-lap stint there at the end of the stage and I saw the 45 and the 19 in my mirror closing as hard as they were at the end, I'm going to want to change. I mean, I want to have that confidence that if it's got to go long, but to your point, you can't bank on a short run at the end, though. So you've got to make sure that you've got something. I feel like he has a strong enough car on the front of the run that he could give up a little bit on the front to make the long run speed a little better.
Alex Bowman, 8th place in his first race back from a sprint car injury, a fractured vertebrae. Up in the top 10, and here comes Reddick to the bottom.
I'm going to keep quiet because obviously what I said wasn't accurate.
Well, hey, it's what we're talking about happening here. Did they tighten that car up, and now I don't have the speed that I had. Now Reddick's all over me, boys.
Reddick to the bottom. Kyle Busch coming on the bottom. He's underneath Larson. That's for 4th place. Just behind. Can't complete that pass, but drops back in line.
So another kink in this. Maybe he's trying to take care of his tires on the front of the run as well. I mean, he knows he's got speed on the front. Maybe he tries to take care of it a little bit to make the back half of the run a little stronger and save those tires.
I love where your head's at there. Today's day and age with this tire that we have, it's a qualifying lap every single lap. That's what I love about it. It puts these drivers in a box where every single lap they just push so hard. And nobody does it harder than those two right here, door to door. Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson.
4th place here. 3 drivers won it.
inside 47. 8 off.
Jamie, you got something on the 5?
Yeah, Kyle Larson right now in that 4th spot trying to get another one, but he reported that he's too tight on the short run, and then he just said, I am too slow. And his crew chief said, I see it. So he's pedaling that thing, he's pushing, but he just doesn't feel like he has the speed he needs to contend for the win right now.
Now, Kyle Busch was supposed to run the Xfinity race here today, but with both races happening on the same day, he turned that car over to Kaulig car over to Justin Haley. So Haley in the top 11 as well, along with Ty Gibbs, are going to be in that race later today on FS2. There's a little bit of contact. Stenhouse right in the mix as well in the 47. Larry, 86 laps to go. You got a few sets of tires left. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, you know, should we stay green, what we've seen is with about 55 to go, somewhere around lap 345, that's when we should cycle into those green flag pit stops. But as I said with the Verizon race strategy at the top of the show, you get to about lap 335 to 340 and the caution comes out, make sure that thing is packed full of fuel. That'll get you to the checkered flag.
Boy, Kyle Busch has been a bottom feeder all day, trying to get everything he can, entering the corner low and just hugging that white line, especially up in turns 3 and 4. Here he rides the middle of the racetrack, pretty much right in Kyle Larson's tire tracks. Underneath William Byron now.
Whoa, that gets tight off the 4.
Busch just doesn't quite seem to be able to power off the corner like these cars he's battling up at the top 5.
And all these cars that we see up front in 1 and 2, they're the middle of the racetrack or up. There's nobody really in the top 10 that's really in that bottom third. You go down to turns 3 and 4 and they are completely top to bottom. I mean, you have the ability to run that white line on the bottom of 3 and 4.
Nobody grinds a race out, a 600-mile race out, better than Kyle Busch. I mean, this car's been around backwards already, right back in the game. Probably more than likely complaining about his car, but never takes his eye off the ball. Just grinds it out each and every lap.
Watching the line he's taking in turns 3 and 4, Kyle Busch that is there grip in that white and blue paint at the bottom of the track?
Yeah, you have to hook it though. You hook those left sides. It's almost like hooking on a train track, Tony.
Yeah, we see him there. He switched his lineup a little bit and moved to the middle. He's gonna search around trying to find where he can gain a little bit of time.
That's the hardest part about hooking that line down there. It's the same in 1 and 2. You miss it, it's so hard to hook, and if you miss it, it's no man's land. He's going to make this pass.
Kyle Busch ran his fastest lap of the race just within the last 10 laps.
William Byron, he finally gave it up. Good heads-up driving by William.
Yeah, that's a veteran move for a guy that's still pretty new to the sport.
A lot of give and take. You can do that up here on these long runs like this. It gets down to the end of the race. I mean, 80 laps it goes, a lot of racing, especially when you have that #1 stall. You can't lose too many, but you stay somewhere in the hunt on that top 5, you're going to be just fine when it's time to get on pit road.
Hope you're all enjoying this Memorial Day Monday. We have 80 laps to go in Charlotte, where Ryan Blaney is leading Tyler Reddick by 0.6 of a second. 73 laps to go. Everybody up here is still shaking their head over what Tyler Reddick just did. Got loose off the corner, drove it straight through the grass, back onto the track, didn't lose his spot. That will be our pod's big move of the day.
I tell you what's moving is they need some removal from the underpants of him. Man, unbelievable save. How about that across the apron, across the turf, back onto the racetrack. My man, Tyler Reddick, pods, big move of the race. Wow. Watch this in-car right here, guys.
Just saying it.
Tony, you do not cross the wheel over like that and save it. Down on the apron. Unbelievable.
And one lap later, up against the wall again.
Well, he was busy. He was removing, like I said. We had a cleanup on aisle 9 on that one. That was
moving
wild.
your hands around like that too, off the wheel, and trying to get recentered like that. That's crazy.
Crazy. Then we listened in.
That's 4 on the woo. All right, let's go get the 12. Yeah, I need to change my underwear.
Told you. I told you. I called it.
And that'll be the pod's big move of the week, right?
Didn't change a beat. Look at him, still right up against the wall. That boy is some kind of talent behind the wheel.
Yes, he is.
Now he's dropped to third. Kyle Busch went through for second place. As we're showing you replays here, Reddick now third, 3.4 seconds back.
He dropped to third. I mean, he ought to be on a rollback right now.
Yeah.
In the infield, could do it, and it would get preparing for you know, an interview with Jamie down there. It's unbelievable.
Ty Gibbs up to sixth.
Very impressive.
And Ross Chastain carrying our Advent Health Cam there. Still now one lap down. Let's go to pit road.
Well, Mike, how about the run for the 47 car right now of Ricky Stenhouse? I know we talked about him earlier, but continuing that good run shouldn't be a surprise either. 3 of the last 5 Coke 600s, he has been in the top 10, including 7th last year. The report from the driver right now, just a little bit too tight with the nose of the car and a little bit too loose with the back of it through the corners. Josh?
Well, before that last stop, Bubba Wallace came over the radio and said he was struggling to turn the wheel, and then he told the team, hey, we're going to need to make a big swing if we want any shot of winning this race. They made a big swing, made a bunch of adjustments, and now Bubba inside the top 10.
Comers and goers all day long. One of those, Kevin Harvick, who led 19 laps earlier, now back up into the top 10. And Martin Truex also a contender, more so in the first half of this race. Alex Bowman hanging in just outside the top 10 in his first race back in 11th.
How about Zane Smith running 12th in the 38 car? Good job by our Chuck champion, making the most of this opportunity.
And next, Justin Haley, who will be in the or is in the Xfinity race. I say is because they started that race this morning, and they're going to continue it after the 600 concludes. That'll be on FS2. Austin Dillon has won here. Up and down day for Dillon, currently in 14th, 9 seconds off the lead. And while his teammate Ryan Blaney has led 128 laps, twice as much as anybody else, Joey Logano just hasn't been a factor in the top 5 today. Austin Cindric, a lap down earlier, hit the wall, had some damage to the right front, and he is coming back, trying to get toward the front. Michael McDowell led early when they made a strategy call, did not pit for tires when everybody else did. How did that work? Not too good. He went straight to the back and ended up right where he was prior to the stops, but had an extra set of tires sitting on the ground in case they were needed. And Ryan Preece has been on the lead lap all day. He's been up into the top 20 for a while and is now at 18th.
You know, watching these guys, you look over at that pylon. I don't want to say it, but would somebody brag on him? Right there. Take it, Mike.
You know, the good news, Ryan Blaney's now led 129 laps. 11 times in his Cup Series, he has led more than 100 laps in a single race.
I'm glad you said that. Thank you for taking that. I do not want to jinx that boy.
Well, he drives for Roger Penske, who won his 19th Indianapolis 500 yesterday. He's won the Coke 600 twice, Roger Penske has, but never in the same year yet. St. Louis next week. That'll be fun.
Fun racetrack.
Yeah.
Looking forward to getting out there in the Midwest, seeing what the boys do. A lot of sparks flew last year. Think about Chastain and Hamlin. Cool racetrack.
Well, get ready because Michael Waltrip will join us for the race. And in stage 2, the irrepressible Kenny Wallace will stop by.
God help you guys.
To offer his brand of wit and wisdom.
So much fun, so much energy.
Yep.
And Michael, had a blast calling that race last year with him. Same guy, right? Fun, energy. How about Michael Waltrip's tap room down the road? Beautiful building. Love that. Right down the road to Charlotte Motor Speedway. A lot of fun's been had. A lot of good cold beer.
Yeah, just opened this week down on Bruton Smith Boulevard between here and the interstate. That'd be a fun place to visit. 60 laps to go. One pit stop in the offing, and Larry said it could come as early as within the next few laps.
And Mike, I go back to those green flag pit stops in the second stage, and they started happening about 45 laps, like 145. So we're about 4 laps away from 345. Now, if I go back to those green flag stops, the ones that laid the gauntlet early was Kyle Busch and his 8 team, Ty Gibbs and his 54 team. They were the first ones to come in, and after that, here they all came.
So, Larry, thinking about Ryan Blaney and what a good short run car that has been, would it be to his advantage to stay out as long as he can on this set?
Well, I don't think he can stay out there a long time. Now, he has a little bit of a cushion because he has a 4-second lead, so he can let the others make the move first.
I also want to add to that. Whatever they did to that short run speed car, they fixed it. They adjusted on that thing the least little bit, and that baby's lights out all the way through the run now.
Yeah, I support what Larry said. He doesn't have to be the first one. They're going to keep their eye on whoever is the first to make that move and where they are track position wise, how many seconds gap they have over those guys. That will dictate when they're going to go ahead and bring him in.
The first one's going to be the one that needs it. Caution is out. Forget that conversation. Michael McDowell. Looks like the right front's down.
Debris in turn 2 puts us under caution.
He had just pitted. It ain't down. It's gone.
We can call it debris. The other name for it is wheel.
Tires rolling down the backstretch here. No lug nut. Just had pitted. Didn't get that wheel on, obviously. There it is. Still has the stickers on it. Well, Larry, if you weren't ready to pit, you're pitting now.
Oh, yeah. And what Tony Stewart said about 5 hours ago, no mistakes on this pit stop.
Money stop, baby. It's time.
And you think at home, one lug nut, how hard could it be? Well, maybe the nut was solid to the wheel, but the wheel wasn't flush to the hub. There are a lot of different things that can happen here. And one of them did to Michael McDowell.
Well, the one thing's for certain, somebody's getting a vacation.
Yeah, 2 crew members will be suspended. It was 4 when we started with this car 1 year ago, and now NASCAR has adjusted that penalty if the car loses a wheel after it leaves pit road. Now, Ryan Preece came to the pits under green just prior to the caution, and he'll be the first car 1 lap down and get the free pass with fresh tires. Could be a break for him. So we'll have 25 cars on the lead lap when we restart. So this could be the money stop, if it is indeed the last stop of the day. Regan.
Ryan Blaney spent most of that last run just managing the lead gap that he had and managing his race car. Told the team, I want to be a little tighter yet this run so I can be very aggressive on this upcoming restart. And the 8 car of Kyle Busch, it takes off really good for him. He likes the car initially, gets too free to the end right now. Jamie?
Kyle Larson in the 5 said he fired off better there. Still a little too loose, very small adjustment here for him. And William Byron, a little too tight, took off a little too slow. Let's see if this pit crew gets it done once again, Mike.
Well, Blaney will not be the leader on the restart. He was bested by Tyler Reddick coming out of their boxes.
And Busch.
Pretty close. And by Kyle Busch. But again, William Byron, pit stall number 1.
There it is. That's 6 for them of the day. Man, we talked about it. Larry told us money stop. Here's the race off. The big one I see is that 12 car behind the 24, 45, 8, and here he comes.
My gosh, he should be celebrating. They have done an awesome job for that kid all day.
It ain't just the stall. Those 9-second stops are no joke.
That's right.
That combination is lethal.
Total of 18 positions gained on pit road by the number 24 team.
That is incredible.
Under Rudy Fugel.
I'd be taking those boys to lunch this week.
Hey, Chase Briscoe was a lap down earlier, and now here he is up in the top 15 in this cycle of comers and goers all day long. The new documentary series Dirt, The Last Great American Sport, airs Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on FS1.
Dirt sprint cars and midgets, there's nothing like it. The power, the out of control.
You're on the edge of your seat the entire time.
Everything you do is so fast. Racing obviously is dangerous. At the end of the day, I'm more alive being a race car driver than not.
This is Dirt.
The next episode of Dirt, The Last Great American Sport, airs Tuesday at 7 on FS1. Josh?
Well, you guys talked about that being the money stop. That's exactly what Bubba Wallace said when he came into his pit. But when he tried to leave the pit too close to the 48 car, couldn't clear it, had to wait, and he dropped all the way back outside the top 10 to 19th, guys.
Oh. Yeah, 48's pretty sideways in his box. Right rear was just barely, yeah. 48's blocked in by the 7. LaJoie in front of him. He had to back up. That's why we call it the money stop. It can bite you. Now we get to see just how good this Blaney's car is. That's unfortunate, but he's extremely fast and maneuverable. I think that's the key, Tony. You know, being able to go where they're not, getting out of that preferred line and be able to make hay.
Yeah, not being line committed is definitely what's going to get you back up front.
What will be different about this restart is that Blaney is not on the front row. He's not in position to steal the lead from William Byron on the restart. As you watch from our aerial coverage, tonight is provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. You see there the turn 1 condos. Bill France told Bruton Smith he was, well, not right to build condominiums at a racetrack and sell off a piece of his real estate. But boy, Darrell Waltrip won a big race here and was offered one of those condos for what now is a very small amount of money. And I'll bet DW wished he'd taken Bruton up on that, because that $84,000 investment would be worth, oh, I don't know, $600,000-700,000 now.
I'm going to tell you, my man Bruton didn't make too many bad mistakes.
Well, and he thought outside the box
at all.
That as a promoter and a track operator, Bruton Smith thought big. He thought outside the box. He did things that nobody had ever done before. just a pioneer in this sport.
And that apple didn't fall far from the tree. You know, this is 2 weeks in a row of just phenomenal crowds, events, right? This is an event here. And last week, right down the road at North Wilkesboro, the revival of that racetrack. Hats off to Marcus Smith and everybody at SMI. Fantastic. Great 2 weeks.
Yes.
And Bruton's motto is on a sign right above the Turn 4 tunnel. We do everything for the fans.
Let's watch this choose cone here.
So Blaney will have to follow Reddick into turn 1 unless they get 3 wide. But Kyle Busch outside behind Byron.
Byron's kind of been wishy-washy on that front row. He's been on the bottom starting the race. We saw him on the outside, back to the bottom here.
Well, there's not.
Excuse me, that's not right.
He's never had a restart where anything significantly paid off for him. So he's kind of been moving around, but just hasn't had one that really paid off.
Larry Mack, 52 to go.
Well, we're going to go back racing with 51 to go. When I look at the last 6 Coca-Cola 600s, the average of the last caution is 46 to go. 3 of the last 4 has been in the final 10 laps. We've had 2 overtime finishes in our last 3 Coke 600s. And remember, 6 of 13 this year has finished in overtime.
Last year, last lap pass for the lead, Denny Hamlin ended up in victory lane. Today, Hamlin was in the garage after a collision with Chase Elliott at lap 186. That put both of those title contenders out of the race. Byron and Reddick, Busch and Blaney, Larson and Harvick. Pace car is in. Green flag.
On hook from the 8, clear by 1.5, 2 to both, 3 to both. Now just.
Man, Reddick got in trouble. They had to slip up, but he found a hole right in front of Truex. Perfect timing of that hole for Reddick. That saved him.
Truex shoots the gap in the middle and moves up to 4th.
Bad restart for Reddick.
And for Blaney, who's back in 5th.
Yeah, Blaney couldn't get up where he wanted to be in that middle going into 1 and 2. Got stuck on the bottom, lost all that momentum. That's how Truex got by him.
Who filled that hole? That's Kyle Larson and Martin Truex Jr. 3rd and 4th, capitalizing on their mishap.
You'll just you in the 5 by 5, no momentum coming to you.
Look at this, pass for second. Here comes Larson. Said he didn't like the speed in his car. Thought he was slow. Pay window's getting open here. Time to shine.
This will bring Truex right to them. This side-by-side battling.
Yes, sir. Hook that bottom we were talking about. How about this, Tony? Didn't see this coming.
No, but you see the penalty for it. I mean, he got the spot, but you can see how much Kyle Busch closed on him on the front stretch. But man, Larson can roll the bottom right now, and we haven't seen anybody really be that strong down there today.
Ty Gibbs outside Harvick. That's for 7th. Front 6 pretty evenly spaced. Stenhouse battling Harvick is the first battle. That's for 8th.
On the line of the bottom, still clear.
Gibbs wants more. He's after Reddick, side by side in the backstretch. Can't
still
clear.
There, full, 3 off.
And Reddick takes it back. That's Stenhouse on the bottom, now inside Harvick. And as that group of 4 looks ahead, the leaders are moving away. Kyle Busch trying to mount a charge on Larson for 2nd.
Got Ryan Blaney to the inside of Martin Truex here. He's starting to get that momentum back now.
Slid up, took that line away from Truex.
Made him have to lift.
So close.
Blaney, good run off the corner, halves the difference between himself and Kyle Busch.
Reddick in the wall again off of turn 4.
You know, there have been days when this racetrack just isn't wide enough.
Yes.
How about these two? Seems like all the time we talk about William Byron and Kyle Larson, the battle. Takes me back to Vegas. It was literally came down to whoever beat who off of pit road was going to win the race, and exactly.
Oh, trouble!
It is.
Reddick slammed coming off turn number 4, hard by Harvick, who slides into the turf and straightens it out.
I guess. 2.
Reddick and Harvick collide coming off turn number 4 for the 13th caution of the day at lap 359.
Oh, the front of Harvick takes off to the right. The 4 definitely just ran up into the 45. Not intentionally, obviously, but we've seen that today where in that same area, guys on the top have been loose and the guys in the bottom have been really tight.
Well, I think Mike said it best. You know, it's been days where this track's just not wide enough, and that is definitely a crunch zone. You run out of real estate when you're on the bottom. We've talked about it with Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin. If you lift in these cars today's day and age on these type of racetracks, you're going to get freight trained, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, it seems like it's just hard to recover also. Like if the front end takes off, you can lift and it doesn't just grab back like it used to.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional. I mean, you just don't, you know that because you don't see that out of Harvick. Caught him off guard, caught him in a bind, lifted, and wouldn't do anything. Listen. I mean, you see, it wasn't even, his attention wasn't even on that outside. His focus, he thought he was going to be all right. Not the case.
Another hats off to Charlotte Motor Speedway, and one of their innovations was putting artificial turf on the entire ball field down the front straightaway. Had that been grass or had the storm drains we used to see in the past, we've seen whole cars destroyed by a slide like that, and we've seen several instances today where cars would slide through that turf and straighten out and continue. Regan.
Mike Ryan Blaney lost just a little bit of track position on that restart and on that run, but overall the car just a little bit snug for him. Not bad from the driver's seat right now. And the 8 car of Kyle Busch just a little tight trying to wrap the bottom of the corner for him right now. Jamie?
12th pit stop here for Kyle Larson and William Byron. It'll be 4 tires here. Just tightening them up a little bit with some air pressure, very minimal adjustments on these race cars.
Blaney got a good launch out of his pit. He's going to beat Kyle Busch, but Larson pulls out in front of him, and Byron, of course, scoots out from box number 1. "41 laps to go." 40 laps to go in stock car racing's longest day, the Coca-Cola 600. On this date in 1994, Jeff Gordon took car number 24 to victory lane for the very first time. And today, William Byron hoping to give car number 24 its 101st win in history. Byron inside of Zane Smith, who did not stop under this caution to gain track position in the 38. So now Blaney will be lined up on the inside right behind Byron with Kyle Larson to his outside. Larson, though, is going to have to deal with Zane Smith on worn tires up front.
That's a great. All right, so do you split him in the middle and try to go to the inside of Zane Smith? Do you think he'll give you the outside? What's going to happen there, Tony?
Well, that's the hard part, and that's the decision that Larson's going to have to make when they get to turn one. He's going to have to see which direction. Zane's going to kind of lead that. He's going to tell if he starts peeling off the wall. Larson will send that thing around the top. If Zane sends it to the top, Larson's not going to have a choice but to try to run through the middle.
We already saw this with his teammate Michael McDowell. I mean, in the 34 car earlier, they stayed out and was definitely in the way. I think this move by Larson is going to be important and keeping good track position here. I say Zane Smith moves up and gives him the bottom, but we'll see.
I wouldn't want to be stuck in the middle. I know that. So I'm with you. I would, if I'm him and I can't hit it and know I can roll it, I want to go to the top.
Pace car is in. Zane Smith, William Byron lead them back to green.
Well, he got a good jump, and there it is. He moves up. Larson goes to the middle. Larson hanging tough on the outside of Blaney here. This is Blaney's chance. Can he hook this bottom? Look at that car bottom out. Oh, they're around. I think that's Allmendinger. Got loose underneath. Yeah, it is. Got loose underneath Logano.
Harrison Burton and A.J. Allmendinger bring out the 14th caution. See if Ricky Stenhouse gets in the back of Allmendinger here.
Yes.
Well, on the third try.
Yeah, bump, bump, bump. I'm looking to see if they're going to give. I couldn't tell who was ahead, whether it was Larson or Blaney on that pass for second. It'll go back to the scoring loop.
Yeah, we'll go back to the last scoring loop rather than the moment of caution. Boy, Joey Logano lucky to get away with just a little bounce to the wall there. Daniel Suarez gets the free pass. He is now back on the lead lap. 35 laps to go in Charlotte as we work towards sunset here, with William Byron leading Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick. I want to go back for a minute to 2001 when Tony Stewart led 13 laps in the Indy 500, finishing 6th. Race to Charlotte where you finished 3rd. The most impressive performance anybody's ever done in the Memorial Day weekend double.
Blind squirrel finding it once in a while.
No.
It was a long day. I really appreciated Joe Gibbs and Coach letting me have the opportunity to drive for Chip Ganassi at the Indy 500. I remember we had a rain delay there, and we were leading the race at the time that the red flag came out. And I remember Chip Ganassi coming in and he goes, "What are you going to do?" And I'll be honest, and I've never told Coach this story. I said, "Listen, I'm not leaving the Indianapolis Motor Speedway leading the Indy 500." So luckily we got it in, got down here. Home Depot was gracious enough to fly us down to Charlotte on their jet, and we had a great Coke 600 as well that night.
Think back there, we're talking about Kyle Larson, right? He's going to attempt this. I mean, you were the last guy to do that, and obviously Robbie Gordon has done it, Kurt Busch has done it. What is the challenges? What's going to catch Kyle Larson off guard next year when he attempts this?
Well, I just think really for him to be very, very smooth with the steering wheel with the Indy car. You can't tug on the wheel a lot, you know, like you can the stock car, and you cannot run the car as free as you do the stock car. So, you know, he's going to have to learn what that Indy car really likes. He'll have the 600 down, no problem. It's the 500 that's going to be the hard part for him.
But when you got out of Indianapolis, you're on the plane ride back. Were you completely gassed? Were you like, oh my gosh, 600 miles, can I do this?
No, Coach made me hire a trainer from the Carolina Panthers
Did they
to
come
be with
from Dairy
me.
Queen?
No. The night before the race, I got a large pizza from Pizza King. I got to eat as much as I wanted the night before the race, but literally for 3.5 weeks before the event, I was on a strict diet from the trainer, and it paid off. I was in way better shape in 2001 than I was when I ran the race in 1999.
So were you more mentally or physically drained at the end of 1,100 miles of racing?
More mentally drained, honestly. I mean, the anticipation of living your lifelong dream of trying to win the Indy 500, then having to turn that off when the race is over, get an IV in your arm, you know, get all the nutrients, fly down here, and then get your mind ready to run 600 miles at Charlotte, knowing that it's going to go through that transformation of day into night. Wow. That was the hard part of it, was trying to wrap your head around both of the cars and the strategies and what you needed to do procedure-wise to be good for both races.
Well, 6th at Indy, 3rd at Charlotte. Quite an accomplishment.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Doesn't surprise me a bit.
Nope.
And then you get in a railer, right, in a full top alcohol car and go win in that. Pretty unbelievable.
That team is on fire. They just won in Pennsylvania this weekend with Matt Cummins. They've won the last 4 races in a row with 3 different drivers. The McPhillips family's done an awesome job.
And you being one of those 3.
Luckily.
Check out the old bar graph, boys. We are getting down to the ending stages of this 600-mile race.
Do you have any color you can use on this besides yellow? I'm getting very tired of that today. Here we go. Try that one.
No, we don't want that.
No, we don't
not want that one.
We'll have green fired up in that next week.
It's been a really good race, a really good Coke 600. I knew, you know, I had a good feeling about it. You think back to Kansas, think about this race last year. Darlington was an exceptional race. It's went by really fast, hadn't it, Tony?
Well, not only that, but the best part I feel like is you look at the top 6 right now. Every one of these cars in the top 6, I feel like realistically still has a shot to win this race. I mean, anything can happen, but all 6 of the top 6 cars have been strong the entire day.
Cream has definitely rose to the top.
Absolutely.
Here we come to the choose cone. Let's see what they do.
All right, Byron outside, Blaney inside, Larson and Reddick to the outside. That opens up the inside for Truex. He'll get to move up a row, up to row 2. Want to thank all these Hardy fans that have been here all weekend and gotten wet and soaked a couple of times, and especially our Fox Sports crew that once we are finished with this 600-mile race, well, they have most of 300 miles to go on FS2 as they complete the Alsco 300 Xfinity Series race. So thanks to all of you for your hard work and efforts. Jamie.
Well, you guys have been talking about the 24 pit crew all night, getting the job done. There the boys are, but they're just getting warmed up. They've still got racing to do. Maybe another stop here, maybe not, but they'll have a few stops tonight in the Xfinity race. But really well done today. I think they've gained 18 positions for their driver today, had 3 of their fastest stops of the year in tonight's race. There's the lineup right here. Kudos to them.
Well done.
Done their job. Now let's see if he can do his. William Byron on the point once again. But man, I am so impressed. This is a battle of the manufacturers. You got a Chevy, a Ford, 2 Toyotas up there. The top 6, all of these boys.
We get some interesting statistics from Bert and Ernie. I'll tell you, this is the 6th time the 12 and 24 have started on the front row side by side tonight. Here we go.
Great jump and great push by his teammate Larson behind him.
Boy, Blaney really did a good job rolling the bottom there.
4 wide. Look at that. Preece on the bottom. Stenhouse. A push from Gibbs. Oh, and Cindric is around and caution wave.
Oh, look out.
Brake, hold the brake. Couple more.
Cautions breed cautions.
Well, and everybody knows they've got it. This is the point of the race where you can't give an inch. You've got to get everything you can get on these restarts. There's not going to be, you're not going to see any give and take anymore.
One of the things I see, these guys trying to sort it out. If Truex is ahead of Larson, look back here, you see Cindric get sideways. It's going to hit this inside wall hard with the nose.
Well, he came
Look
right
at that thing give and flex.
He came right across the front of Harrison Burton's car without touching it. Brad Keselowski will get one of his 2 laps back on this caution. And we'll take you Fox side by side with 29 to go.
Hit crunch easier.
.28 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. after caution flag number 15. This race has been run since 1960, and only 3 times have there been more caution flags than we've had today. Why is this race 600 miles? Because when Bruton Smith and Curtis Turner built this track for 1960, they wanted to run Memorial Day weekend, and the Indy 500 is the biggest race in the world. How do you be bigger than a 500? Make it a 600. And that's what it's been ever since.
Well, you sell more hot dogs that way too.
Look at how the track temp has dropped 17 degrees since the start of the race. Once the track dried from morning rain.
And I think that's what's led to a lot of the changeup in the lineup that we see here. I mean, we talked about the creams, you know, rise to the top here, and I think it's really woke some of these cars up. I think early on in that race, you think about Truex, some of these Toyotas that were up front dominating the early stages of this race. Not so much anymore.
That Coke machine you saw stands in victory lane. That's the trophy for the Coca-Cola 600. And Byron again goes to the outside, and Blaney is back to the front row. Byron will have his teammate Larson behind. Blaney will have Truex.
I think that was the key. I mean, they were all but door to door. Larson and Truex couldn't really tell and went back to the timing line. Finally, they put Larson in front of Truex. That puts him right on the bumper of his teammate. You'll see a good push out of him. I think Blaney has the fastest car. If he can get that thing out front, you're going to see a Ford in victory lane. But it's a tall order to get around this 24.
So 6 times these two have started side by side. In 4 of the 6, Blaney ended up with the lead.
Hats off to Blaney in the 12 car. These guys, they brought a fast hot rod. That has by far been the best Ford we've seen in a long time. Keeping up with the likes of Byron, Larson, Truex. These cars have dominated these size of racetracks, and he's been there the whole race.
Well, Blaney's restart ranking has improved tonight. There will be 26 laps to go when they take the green. Green flag.
Blaney did a much better job on this restart staying with William Byron.
So did his help behind him, Truex. It's not going to quite get clear here. Oh, Larson's around in front of the field. This is going to be big.
Make hold the brake.
Big pile of Logano, Gibbs, and more.
Such a good run for Ty Gibbs. Who was in front here with the lead? I see Blaney in front of Byron, but I don't. It's going to be interesting.
We'll have to go back to the last scoring loop they crossed prior to the moment of caution.
Larson stays done. Right front suspension's broke.
Oh, Logano limping in. Here's Larson.
I'm sorry. I was plowing tight with a wheel, and then it just snapped.
Yeah, 10-4. Doesn't look hurt too bad. I know you have a right front flat.
Same thing we saw, Tony, you said it, with Cindric. Front end took off, snapped loose, away she went.
Christopher Bell there.
A lot of damage for Bell. All right, watch Larson.
There
Blue
it
and
takes
white.
off. You can see him heading up the racetrack, and once it bit, came around in a hurry. There's Bell getting into him.
Bell, Logano, Gibbs squeezed up to the wall.
Aside from Larson, the biggest heartbreaker in that transaction was Ty Gibbs. That kid, I want to give him props today. That kid has drove an incredible race, super smart, very patient, didn't put himself in bad positions, and this was one he just couldn't get away from, unfortunately. But that kid did an amazing job all day today.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. He's been solid. He's done that all year, Tony. He's been solid each and every week, doing everything he is, logging the laps, learning, getting the experience, getting the respect of the other drivers. Hasn't been in any dust-ups all season long. Right in his lap.
Not sure how badly that car is hurt from the sound of the impact. It could be pretty severe. A lot of vibration there.
Boys,
from Joey Logano. Just couldn't get low enough soon enough.
Just nowhere to go. I mean, that's just there just wasn't anywhere good to be, whether you were on the inside or outside. It was the way that Kyle started spinning down, got that bottom all choked up, and then the top choked up at the same time when it caught.
Ross Chastain with a lot of evasive action to get through there.
How about this?
And Ghost Car showing us that as of the last scoring loop, Blaney was the race leader.
Huge.
Now, pit road is open. Very few takers. Just Almirola there right now. We've had at least 17 cars involved in incidents today. Among the 16 caution flags, they're the ones caught up in this one. When Kyle Larson was plowing tight and then the car just snapped loose, in his words. It's been a very eventful Coca-Cola 600. Eric Almirola and Bubba Wallace, when the red flag came out, had words and a shove. An even bigger shove was here. Denny Hamlin,
Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott comes off the wall, and both cars knocked out of the race in this one.
It's a big hit there, Tony.
Yes.
That is Kevin Harvick sliding through the turf after contact. And this one with Kyle Larson going around, catching Christopher Bell, Joey Logano, and Ty Gibbs. And there were more. That's just the highlight reel, or low light reel, if you will. Kyle Larson under repair. So we've got an interesting top 10 with some fellows we've not seen up there much today. Here's Ryan Preece in 6th, Ricky Stenhouse in 7th, Justin Haley in 8th, Eric Almirola in 9th, Chase Briscoe up to 11th, J.J. Yaley 13th, Ross Chastain up into the top 15. We're not going to hit the caution flag record of 22, fortunately. But then again, we still have 22 laps to go. Never say never, right?
These boys are going to give the fans their money's worth,
Absolutely.
though. This is going to be an awesome finish. I mean, it is literally the battle of the fastest two cars. It's been Blaney and Byron all day long. Reddick was up there. I mean, Truex has been up there early. Kyle Busch, he's been spun around today. He's up there in 4th.
I don't ever pump our guys up when we're doing the broadcast, but I'm really proud of Ryan Preece, Eric Almirola, Chase Briscoe right now. It's a battle from how bad all 4 of our cars were at the beginning of this race. Kevin Harvick dropping all the way back to 30th. For these guys to rally and almost get 3 of the 4 cars in the top 10 right now at this stage of the race. Pretty proud of our organization.
Yeah, Briscoe was a lap down.
Yes.
And as soon as Harvick was on, I mean, I'm talking the first stop, Briscoe lap down, Harvick in 30th, did not look good. All of a sudden, boom, here we are, all in the top 10.
But let's remind folks, there was no practice. There was, for the first time in the history of this race, no qualifying. Nobody had a lap on the track until they lined them up to race this afternoon.
But that being said, Mike, today's day and age, you just don't fix stuff that far off. That is an unbelievable turnaround of obviously identifying where we're wrong and making an adjustment to try to correct the situation, and boy, did they. It started with Rodney Childerson, that 4 team, and everybody followed suit after that. They were another person, teams, just organization, just like Larson, that took advantage of that rain delay and went to work. They figured that out and made it good. You know, after all the wins, all the races that this man's seen, Rick Hendrick, it's still fun to see how nervous he gets.
So let's talk motivation. William Byron has 3 wins in the bank. He wants to win his home track race. Who wouldn't? Wants to win on just a mile from the Hendrick Motorsports campus for his boss. They are calling Kyle Larson's car to pit road. He had gone back on track 1 lap down, lined up at the back, and they're NASCAR calling that car in. He's on pit road now. Ryan Blaney's motivation. Now let's watch Larson. Larson's going to the garage.
Yeah, I think his tie rod's broke. I say it, Blaney.
The upright's broke there now.
59 races it's been since he's last won. This boy is hungry, and I think he can get the job done.
And his car owner won the Indy 500 yesterday again. Has never won the 500 and 600 in the same year. A lot of motivation right there. So it's Blaney versus Byron. Truex and Busch behind them. Reddick and Priest, Stenhouse and Haley, Almirola, Buescher, the top 10 as we go back to green. 20 to go.
Big jump on that outside. Good push from Truex behind him. Byron didn't get the best jump on the inside, Tony.
Blaney took off as soon as he got to that first line in the restart zone. He didn't wait, didn't give William an opportunity to roll him or anything. That got him right to the point.
Byron can't get. He was trying to stall out. Whoa! Blaney gets loose right in front of him. Truex checked up for him. Open the door for Byron. Here he comes.
Boy, that had not happened tonight to Ryan Blaney.
That's a heads-up driving by Truex. He could have dumped him right there. Got out of the gas. Saved Ryan Blaney's day.
Could have dumped himself too, though. But that's the savvy that Martin Truex has as a veteran driver.
Reddick on the top into 4th. Stenhouse, Busch fighting for 5th. Truex going to the bottom on Byron. This is for 2nd.
Oh, Stenhouse in the wall on the outside of Busch. That's such a good run going. He's running 6th. And here comes Reddick on that inside. He wants a piece of the action.
Big run.
Reddick had been up top. He crossed over in turn number 2 to drop to the bottom and make the pass. 3rd place.
Clear up by half, still clear up half, still clear up half.
Has a strong move there in 1 and 2.
Oh, Kyle Busch just almost got turned off the front bumper of Stenhouse. Nice save.
Truex is going to clear him, is he? Clear up.
All the way up.
Takes it back.
Reddick with a run. Drop slow.
Back inside.
Single file, first half dozen. Priest and Stenhouse battle. And now things begin to sort out with 16 to go. Single file for the top 10.
It might be singling out that the intensity is ramping up for Truex, for Reddick, for Bubba Wallace up to 5th now. Those 3 drivers in particular know that if they have a shot at this win, they have to go right now. They can't wait for anything. Got to get it all.
Flip side of that, you know, Ryan Blaney in this 12 car leading the race. He's got to run and hide. It's all race long. He's had the upfront speed, fell off on the back side of this. 15 to go here. He's still running good. 29.88, 94 behind him out of Byron.
Those 5 cars had broken away, but now Kyle Busch is reeling them in. And with him comes Stenhouse. Stenhouse and Busch side by side on the front straightaway. And off to turn 1. Bubba Wallace in that pink and red car. Top 5 the last 2 races, plus runner-up last week in the All-Star race.
These two cannot get away from each other right now. Ricky Stenhouse has done a great job all day. He's not been a top 5 car necessarily, but he has kept himself in the hunt.
I think they were bouncing off one another right there on the exit. Look at this battle, teammates.
Reddick backing up, falls in behind Bubba Wallace, who climbs to 4th. Ryan Preece comes up to make it a battle with Busch and Stenhouse. And he's got company on his outside.
Buscher's back in the mix.
Buscher and Austin Dillon at the back of the top 10. Now Austin Dillon has fresher tires on that number 3 than the cars he's racing against.
These top 3 lap times are all over one another. 13, a 9, and an 11. 14 behind him with Wallace. Matching each other's speed so far. Let's see if one of them falls off here.
Ryan Blaney coming to 10 laps to go with a lead of not quite a second as we're on the 8th place battle, Buscher and Dillon.
See Byron moving around a little bit, running high, way up next to the wall in 3, trying to get some momentum, find some grip here, Tony.
He's got to find something that's going to gain him a little bit. And it's hard at this stage of the race. I mean, the track's cooling off. It's got a lot of grip. Searching around isn't as valuable as it was earlier.
Blaney stretching it out a little bit.
He had built up a 4-second lead prior to this spate of cautions.
Full grip right here on this racetrack. Sun's down, cool conditions. Clean air, go Cat go.
Chris Buscher right there has just gotten past Austin Dillon. That's for 8th place. Blaney continues to pad his lead. It's up to a 2nd now. 7 laps to go. All he can do is try to run and hide.
He's just got to run his pace right now. I mean, like Clint had mentioned earlier, he had such good short run speed, couldn't make the long run speed happen. This, whatever change they made 2 or 3 stops ago, started changing that, shifting that dynamic for these guys.
Yeah, it definitely helped him on the backside of these runs. He's holding strong. Obviously had that short run speed, fixed it a little bit to help it hold on. And he is driving off into the sunset. Not any lappers or anything in the way of that. It's just going to be mano a mano here. If they run them down, they're going to have to do it the hard way. All it takes is one little slip up, Tony.
Yeah, but if you're a spotter right now, you tell him it's all in front of him. Don't even look in that mirror. Just run your line, run your pace. Just focus on hitting your marks.
Don't look in the mirror, boy. Coca-Cola 600.
5 to go.
Well, that 24 is getting smaller in that mirror in the number 12.
Good problem to have, Mike.
3rd generation star out of a great racing family from Ohio. His grandfather Lou, his dad Dave drove sprint cars. His dad was World of Outlaws champion. But for Ryan Blaney, it's been a long time since his last visit to Victory Lane.
Family tradition. Dave was a teammate of mine at RCR. Such a neat family. Sisters are super cool. Parents are cool. Love hanging around the Blaneys.
4 to go.
Still just smashing.
And the gap continues to grow. William Byron doing everything he can. Martin Truex closing slightly on Byron for second. Dave Blaney's only NASCAR win came here in the Xfinity Series in 2006. One of the nicest young men in the sport. And a fellow who at just 29 is already one of the sport's big stars. Everybody was wondering not if he would win again, but when.
I think it's an important lap right here, Tony. Get this thing around to that white flag. Make it official.
White flag in the air, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
You're so right, Mike. Good kid, good family. Hasn't been able to close the deal. Been 59 races since he's last visited Victory Lane. Such a fast race car driver. So capable and finally getting it done right here. Bring it around here, boy.
And Byron closing on this final lap to within 0.8 of a second. But off turn number 4, the Coca-Cola 600 belongs to Ryan Blaney.
That's a big one, Tony.
And a big congratulations to Roger Penske winning Indy 500 and the Coke 600 in the same year. Amazing feat.
It's his 8th career victory. He last won at Daytona in August of 2021 and becomes the 10th driver to win in 2023.
I think it shows you how popular it is. Everybody congratulating him, his competitors. Byron dates his sister, for crying out loud. He went out there and beat that. How about that? Such a fun group of people around him.
Bubba Wallace congratulating him. They're great friends.
Yep.
Listen, this kid earned it. He has been solid from the drop of the green flag the entire race. There's not a moment in the race that he wasn't up front.
And it proves that these Fords can get the job done. That's a big win for Ford.
Yes.
Ryan Blaney will carry the name of Marine Sergeant David Kenneth Kruder from Cincinnati, Ohio to Victory Lane. Kruder, age 26, was lost in Iraq in 2005. How much of that is excitement and how much of that is relief?
Yes and yes.
Yeah.
100 max potential on both of those.
I think excitement. He deserves to be excited. He is just absolutely rock solid all day. Never put a wheel wrong.
He came into the Cup Series as a phenom. His first win came here at Charlotte in only his 13th start. And this is his 8th victory. He becomes the 38th different driver to win the Coca-Cola 600.
Just think about this weekend in motorsports. And Tony, you nailed it. I love that. Roger Penske winning 2 of the 3 biggest races in motorsports. Pretty unbelievable.
F1 better be glad he doesn't have an F1 program. That's all I got to say.
$16 caution flags and 7 side-by-side restarts against William Byron for Ryan Blaney, and if memory serves, he won 5 of those 7, including the last one.
The one that mattered the most.
Always very humble with his interviews. He'll be pumped, but you sometimes can't see it. I promise you there'll be a cocktail or a few enjoyed tonight.
Can't get that smile off his face right now, though, that's for sure. Look at that.
It's been a long time coming. Ryan's going to go capture the flag. And like his Penske teammate at Indy, he wants to go celebrate with the fans.
Awesome. He always gives that flag to a young fan, too. There it is. See him hand it to that little kid?
Yep.
Good on you, Ryan Blaney.
Jamie Little.
Well, Ryan Blaney has waited a long 59 races, and tonight it's the crown jewel. You win the Coca-Cola 600. Ryan, how did you hold off the competition restart after restart to get it done?
Look at
I think they like you.
this guy. I might shed a tear. Man, this has been a cool weekend. Obviously Memorial Day weekend means a lot. Growing up here watching Dad run this race for a long time, and it's so cool to just be a part of it, let alone win it. And yeah, I just was able to get the lead on the restart, and then just kind of, our car was so good that I could kind of bide my time a little bit, and we were able to drive off, and I was hoping no caution, just because you never know. I know we had the car to do it, but restarts can be crazy, but I cannot thank Body Armor enough. It's awesome. We have their cherry lime camo car here with Operation Homefront, Menards, Advanced Auto Parts, Worth, Ford, so many other partners that do so much for us, Dent Wizard and Dex Imaging. So, you know, you start to get to feel like you can't win anymore, and when you don't win in a while, and kind of get hard. So just super thankful to the 12 guys for believing in me, and thank you guys for sticking around. Really appreciate it.
Ryan Blaney completes the sweep for Roger Penske on Memorial Day weekend.
And what a weekend it has been, and what a night with all the lead changes. Everybody that had a chance to win this race. 16 caution flags, and Tony Stewart, thanks for being with us for all these races this year.
I had so much fun with you guys this year. I'm going to miss you guys the next couple weeks.
Yep.
But yeah, this was an awesome event. This is one of the best Coke 600s I've ever seen. I mean, there was action from the drop of the green flag through the entire duration of the race.
You nailed it. I mean, over-delivered. It always does. I love this racetrack. I love what the fans got to see. I love the fact that they stuck it out with us. These fans, phenomenal job all weekend long. Such a special weekend and a special day, and that's a special kid that just won this race.
A great win for Ryan Blaney, Roger Penske, and, of course, Ford. Ryan Blaney ends a long victory drought with victory in the Coca-Cola 600.
Copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.